Hello. Oh, whoa, oh. Why does it do that? Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Hey, Dragon. Hey, Loam. How are y'all doing this fine Tuesday? I myself am slowly waking up, but I have my caffeine here. I got hydration here, and I am ready to get started. You hear that? The hissing. The hissing of opening a soda is, in my opinion, beautiful. Or at least a carbonated drink. And it wasn't until the recent move that I actually started enjoying sodas consistently. Which is not good for my health, mind you. I shouldn't. But I just don't have a good other way to get caffeine in my system. I don't like coffee. I haven't found a tea that really has struck a chord with me yet. But I haven't tried Dragon's Tea yet. So, maybe that will be the day. I have trouble suiting my 3D printer. Ooh, trying to extrude some loose filament that got stuck. Just unscrewing some pieces. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. And I'm loving seeing the 3D prints and painting stuff that you've been posting. So, keep going at it with that. But yeah, today we're going to be working on some Last Call stuff. Our indie horror game that we've been making for a while. So welcome in. You know, in the next... Usually people start trickling in the next hour or so, so we're just going to yap in the meantime. Hey Ra, welcome in! How are you doing on this fine day? I have made that tea to for a choir meetup. They enjoyed it, so I've proven interest. Well, I didn't doubt you for a second. There's no hesitation. It's just forgetting it exists and buying the stuff I need from the grocery store. It's really the beginning and end of it. So, don't you worry. It wasn't like, oh, I don't know. I think Dragon's trying to poison me. RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Is that like the sequel? I mean, I used to play old school RuneScape back in the day, but I haven't heard of Dragon Wilds before. Yeah, welcome in. We're just gonna be working on our indie horror game. So it's gonna be a nice vibe of us talking and yapping and probably some level of coding frustrations. A lot of being like, why isn't this working? And then it's like, I figured it out, I'm a genius. Or, oh, this checkbox wasn't checked, that explains it. Like that kind of thing. It's bragging point for me. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that it has been received well. As somebody who, because I already knew that I was a pretty good baker, right? When it comes to baked goods, I've gotten a lot better as a cook, as someone who like cooks food, over time. But I've always been a good baker, and so I remember like making baked goods and bring it into work for coworkers, and I remember. Oh, like again, in hindsight, I understand it probably wasn't the best play, and but and hold on, I'm not sure what it is, but my friend bought it for me on Steam, so I decided to play again. Hell yeah, Ra! Hell yeah! Hopefully you enjoy it. Let me know how you think of it. Maybe it's something that you could check out later. But what I did, cooking stream when I get my own place and I can get like a camera set up, sure, I will do a cooking stream. But until I get my own place to take care of that, we're gonna hold off on that. Or what we could do, I wonder, because there's a lot of like, yeah, but I wonder what we would make. Probably bird's nests. Because one, Dodo themed, huzzah, and two, bird's nests are my staple. For those that have no idea what bird's nests are, they're also known as haystacks. And it's Chinese noodles and melted butterscotch. And then people often kind of like have fun with it, where they fill it with like Easter eggs or gumdrops or whatever, right? But I usually just do straight up bird's nest butterscotch by itself, and it's really, really good. But it's super, super simple. All you need is like a double boiler setup to melt the butterscotch without burning it. And then it's literally just mixing these two ingredients together, and that's it. You're good. It's a survival adventure game, so I'm very much enjoying it. Good! I'm looking forward to a potential cooking stream. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So I guess here's a question for the cooking stream. Do we want to set it up so it like we almost like make it art? So basically, do we want it to be a real life cooking stream, or do we want it so that like everything is drawn and then you just hear and see everything move like it would move in a cooking stream? I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how I would describe it, but like a part of me is just like, yeah, it would be real life. It would be a life thing, but then part of me is just like, it would also be really funny if we just made it all drawn. We could really make something of it, depending. But I don't know how I would do it. At least not off the top of my head. But yeah, that would be fun. Oh, anyway, story about work and baked goods, and something that I, in hindsight, probably shouldn't have done. Shortly after being hired, IRL stream, though, I like the animated idea. Just like animate the 5 steps of the cooking process and changing it when you get to it. Exactly. Maybe we could do like a combination. Maybe we could do a combination where it's IRL, but Mama Dodo's in the corner. And then whenever I switch to a different thing, she switches to a different like animation. So it will be this Mama Dodo for when I'm frying stuff. Of course, it would be a little different because there's cigarettes in there. You know, I'm not cooking with cigarettes usually. And then it would be like there would be a mixing one, and then a boiling one, and then in a cooking steps Mama Dodo. Exactly. And then you can have those like cute little moments where there's like a little puff of flour and it goes all over her face or something. It would be we could really make something of it. So that's something that would be pretty fun. Yeah, cooking Mama Dodo. Cooking Mama Dodo. Yeah, cooking Mama Dodo. So shortly after working at this job, it was near Halloween, and I love Halloween. So, and I worked in a scientific field, but I didn't necessarily know everyone by name yet. Estrella, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by on this wonderful Tuesday. We're yapping before we're doing any kind of game dev. What I did was like, I didn't know everyone's names, but I know I had access to their initials. So for those who have no idea why I have access to their initials but not their names, is because in a scientific field, or in this particular scientific field, you sign off on a lot of different stuff that you do. Like it was in pharmaceuticals, so whenever you do something, like I recorded the temperature of this and verified that it's accurate. Initial date. Like that's the whole process. Is essentially the initials act like a replacement for your signature to sign off on documentation. It's a whole thing. It's a lot of red tape, but it's pretty straightforward. So I had access to that. So okay, well, what are we gonna do? I want to bake something for my coworkers and show that it's good. It's a good time. And I know what I would do, because it's because it's like, what could I do that would show that I would have like a specific, like a baked good for specific people with initials. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do graveyard cupcakes. Where I have their initials on gravestones on the cupcakes, and it was like chocolate cupcakes with like Oreo like crumbles in frosting is like with dirt, and I think I also had like some of them had gummy worms. I don't remember. And so I gave cupcakes of their own grave as like a significant portion of first impressions. This was like, here's your initials on your grave. Nice to meet you. So in hindsight, not the best idea in the world. I liked my intention, and I think they liked my intention, but damn, giving someone say like, hey, I'm gonna pretend you're dead, here you are. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, like I was known as being a really, really good baker there. In fact, there was a, please tell me you were working graveyard shift. No, that would have been so funny. That would have been so funny though. No, if anything, it was kind of the opposite of a graveyard shift. Our shift started at like 7. It was a 7 to 3:30 gig. Which was honestly, I really liked that shift because you didn't really have a whole lot of traffic both ways. Normally. You still hit it occasionally, but like getting off of work at 3:30 essentially meant like, cool, you're gone. Like you have a lot of day ahead of you, right? Which is really nice. But you know, I'm a night owl, so if anything, I want the other direction. I want a later morning with a later leave, because I'd rather avoid it that way, so then I get to sleep in. But yeah, I'll make better fan art. Oh, no problem. Lo, don't worry about. Oh, also, like, don't think of it as like better. I will always welcome more fan art, but like, I don't want you to think that your art isn't good enough, because it is. Any art, it could look like a crow managed to pick up a pen and scribble a vaguely shaped dodo form. It could be a splotch of a coffee stain with what almost kind of looked like a bird form, and I would still be excited. Like, you are already good enough. So don't think of it as like, I need to draw something good. It's like, it was already good. You're already drawing something that's quote unquote good enough. And this is coming from somebody who's definitely like in that like teaching themselves process of my own art is good enough. Yeah. Like, I don't believe that, but I'm telling you, and I'm trying to convince myself to believe it. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those healthy things. It's kind of what I understand what you mean, though. I will never say no for more fan art. Full stop. If you want to draw more, by all means, I would love it. And I think we should, I think it would be a good idea because we talked about this on Sunday, right? Where as far as implementing like more stuff to make this feel like a living, breathing world and stuff, I would like to have like a little section similar to, because I've seen it with Froggy Lock as well. I like her streams and clips as well. Another VTuber for those that don't know, and there's like a little section in her streams that's specifically for art, like for fan art. Either a fan art that she's made herself or fan art that the community has made, and it just literally goes through the list. And I've also seen oh my gosh, why is her name escape me? Parasaur, Dinotuber. Oh my gosh, I want to say the thing that pops in my mind is Sarah. This is not the right word. Hold on. I need to look this up because I feel awful forgetting. I'm really bad with names. I'm really bad with names. I am really bad. Pocket Para. Thank you. Gosh, Pocket Para also has something similar like that. So I think having that in the future, it would be really, really cool. Should be a second art. Should be the second art on the fridge, right? Right. Yeah. No. It's just so that way people. It's just there, and then people are more inclined to make more art. Which I believe. I don't think we've officially made it. We haven't made an official art tag for our stuff yet, but I'm thinking ideal art, but with a 1 instead of an I. Or maybe we could just do ideal with just a regular I. Is that a tag already on socials, on X and Blue Sky and all that other kind of nonsense? Why do I call it X? Twitter. On Twitter. I deleted my Twitter account, by the way. Sorry. I took too big of a sip of my soda and it hurt a lot. Sorry. I deleted that account because it was when there was the announcement that they were changing their stuff to utilize art posted to train their AI. And most of the stuff that I posted had my art in it, and I was just like, you know what, actually? But actually what I need to do is that I need to remake it and then literally just funnel people into my Blue Sky account. But because the reason I don't I have friends who still use Twitter because they have more of like, I didn't really have too much of a following on there, so it was fine for me to write it off. They used it mostly for like connecting with people, so they couldn't leave. So that's why they kept it. So, but whenever I collab with them, they make an announcement on Twitter, but they can't @ me in there because I don't have one because I deleted it. So I've been meaning to like go back and do that. We could also just do that today. Planning to use Blue Sky at some point, but I'm not touching Twitter. For me, it's just the feeling of I know I could do better, but I didn't, so I wasted potential or something. Loam, that's so real. I want you to know that you're not always going to be able to meet up to your expectation in your head, because I don't every time. But you learn that you need to have a healthy relationship with expectations with yourself, because man, trying to learn to have that, especially later in life. I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to make an assumption. I'm old and I'm relearning it. Actually post on Twitter, but put your art through Nightshade. Ooh. That's perfect about it. It's all a matter of perspective. That's true. Yeah, art can always be better. Yep. Yeah. You know what? I try. I speak through experience, trust me. Because again, like, I am a scientist. I was an artist, and I've been creatively starved for you know, the longest time until I started this journey that we're on now. And boy, this is a hell of a journey, but I wouldn't have it any other way, you know that? Especially y'all make it worth it too. Y'all make it real worth it. Like a lot of people talk about making content and stuff is really, really difficult, which it is, especially in the beginning when there's no one there. And I gotta say, it wasn't terrible. It really wasn't. You just need to go through the expectations that there are people who just aren't gonna be people there until there are. And then that's kind of what happened with us, is that there really wasn't anyone there until there was. And it's like all it took was just kind of like one video kind of like took off, and that's what put the foot in the door, and that's really, really awesome. but I don't practice what I preach. Right? Dragon's similar to me. We have similar inner demons. Oh man. Actually, you know what? Let's while we're talking about it, it's probably a good idea just to make it now. Let's make a Twitter account. Let's just do it. Let's just create an account right now. So that way we accomplish some stuff. You should tell your brain something to convince it. Yeah, I think it's kind of like you can't logic your way out of feeling. You know what I mean? The nightshade idea, maybe. I have to do more research on the nightshade idea. So, like, full disclosure, I nightshade and glaze my thumbnails on YouTube. I do that, but I don't know currently if nightshade and or glaze is still an effective way to defend your art from being used again for AI. For all I know, they've already made like roundabouts, and I might need to do like an update or something. So basically, if I'm gonna put it on X or Twitter or whatever, and I'm gonna need to do a little more research as far as really making sure that I know it's like YouTube is probably using thumbnail for AI, right? But it's not really confirmed, I don't think. Whereas Twitter is confirmed. So I have to make sure that it's really working if I'm going to go about it. But I like your idea. That's the difference between intention and affirmation. Tell you so much if you know, but convincing your mind is the inner struggle. Yeah, it's a brain versus heart. You can't reason your way out of feeling a certain way. You kind of have to do a whole soul searching. You have to have more experiences is a good way of also building it up. A lot of ways, in my opinion, like a lot of negativity when it comes to work and productivity and art and what you make stems from bad experiences, and you need to become used to the good experiences, and the only way to kind of replace the bad experiences is to experience more. which feels a little opposite of what you want to do. But you really do need it. It's really the only way. It's kind of like what's the saying? You can't heal in the place that hurt you. It's the mentality of the first thing you need to do if you want to heal something is to change your environment. Because putting a bandage over a wound in the middle of a swamp isn't gonna do anything for you. You know what I mean? It's not gonna do anything. You're still gonna get an infection. It's like, but I put a bandage on it. It's like, yeah, but you're in an effing swamp. What do you think was gonna happen? I don't know how to give advice. How do y'all do that? It's one of my you know what? I'm gonna own it. It's one of my few strengths. It's literally just giving my experiences, my perspectives, my opinions, and know that like I'm not, and nor do I say that I'm an expert in things, right? Yeah, exactly. So being able to share advice is something my mind still loves to do. Exactly. Yeah, it's the desire to help people with, while understanding, while having the introspection needed, right? Make the mistakes and learn the lessons first, then pass them on. Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself, Estrella. You You need to make the mistakes first. Or, if you're really, really smart, you learn the mistakes other people make so you don't make it. However, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that smart. If you're able to learn the mistakes from other people and not make the same ones, listen, you're going to do real well in life, tell you that much. Alright, let's see here. We want use email. Boo, boo, boo. The idealist. And then idealist hotmail. This email's already been taken. Wait, hold on. Sign in? Wait a minute. Do I already have? I thought I deleted it. Interesting. Makes them also oldest child syndrome. Got to take care of the community. Astrala, you get me. I'm an elder brother. Yeah. Also, I learned a lot of mediation techniques because I was always keeping the peace. So that helped me when I was an RA. As well, accepting failures and taking them as learning opportunities. I have a story which might be super cheesy, but it's true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's a different way of living, tell you that much. So. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I hit forget password. Next. Is it this? Is it this? Yes. Okay. Apparently I didn't delete my account. Maybe it deleted my account, but it didn't delete my information, which is concerning, but also not surprising. The mediations are real. Yeah. Yeah. But look, you do what you can. You do what you can with what you got. That's all you can really do. Alright, and then now we got this password, and we got it here. Now we make a new one. I have a way of making new passwords. I'm not going to share that with y'all, but I do have a way of making it so that I have different passwords for everything. I don't know if y'all use the same password for everything, but I used to, and then my Hotmail got hacked, and I changed it. I want to become a VTuber, but I'm not sure yet. Any advice? I recommend it. What's your thoughts behind it? What's your reasonings behind it? Because I think that would kind of cater more of my response to it. I'm the oldest of 7. Astrala, that's crazy. Learned a lot of what I had to do for my mom. I bet. 7. I mean, I had 1 sibling. That's a big family. Are you close to them? Are you still close? You're the oldest of 6? Wow, y'all have big families. Maybe I just have a small family. Me realizing that I'm the odd one out. VTuber as well as every Thursday. I'd say it's easier than get started with a VTuber. Yeah, I was gonna say like VTubing. Well, technically PNG tuber falls under the umbrella of VTuber. Every PNG tuber is a VTuber. Not every VTuber is a PNG tuber. Does that make any sense? What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh right. Yeah. But as far as like a general stuff that I would say about VTubing and stuff, I think going in from the perspective of what kind of streamer you want to. Oh, here we go. I want to like make my layouts, my avatar, make it all original and cool. That would take a lot of time. It would take a lot of time. But as you can see, like all the things that I make here are things that I've made, and it took a long time to do that. What I would make sure, because what we're doing is that we're kind of catching up on like the quote unquote fundamentals, was like what I like to call it. Like, start the things where I feel that I didn't quite do from the beginning. I think I started too quickly. Start small first. Yeah, just set up your streaming. Yeah, and just be able to stream. Yeah, it's so I guess my question is, do you just want to make stuff for streaming, or do you want to stream? Because the aesthetic in making that kind of stuff is awesome and great and super great, but as far as the streaming aspect of it, it's a small part. I'm not going to say it's a small part of it, but it's a part of a whole that you would need to check off a lot of other boxes. The youngest had trisomy 18 and died a few years ago. I'm so sorry. I play video games with second youngest and second oldest. Chat with two brother quite a bit. Don't hear much from brothers 1 and 3 who still live near my mom. Well, I'm glad you're able to keep, you know, a good relationship with a few of them. I honestly, it's hard for me to fully grasp as far as having that many people. You know what I mean? As far as like growing up with that many people, because I grew up in a kind of almost opposite from you, Astrala. In the sense of like, I lived very far from any of my close family, extended family. Hey, Ratty, welcome in. I want to stream. Yeah, that way you can meet more people. Yeah. Well, what kind of streaming do you want to do? Do you want to play games? Do you want to do art? Do you want to educate? Do you want to like what fills you with excitement and anticipation and the drive that pushes you forward, right? Because like you definitely meet people, certainly, but it depends on how you want to go about it, right? But hopefully you're doing well, Ratty. Alright, we're gonna do that one. Let's go ahead and open this up, make sure that that's not being captured, because I'm in trouble. I'll tell you that much right now. Let's see. Boop-a-da-boo. And then we'll do boop. We'll just do boom and boom and boom. Not saying this out loud. I like to do that, so I'm really trying not to. All those all of those options, right? So it's like, I think what I will say when it comes to streaming, because this is what I did and I kind of liked it too. You want to make stuff for stream it. Stream your in-process stuff that you're going to stream with, and then slowly build it out. Literally start with nothing, but like a microphone in like OBS, etc. Make sure that you have like you're able to screen capture what you draw, and then maybe like, cool, we're gonna make our PNG tuber, VTuber, whatever that we want to make in real time. Just get started with it, and then slowly kind of pay attention as things go on. Because I think it's what makes, in my opinion, a success in this space is a combination of probably 3 things. You need to be willing to try a lot and put a lot of work into it. So in other words, you need to stream a lot in order to figure out what works and what doesn't. Then you need the second step, which is the fortitude, and fortitude is maybe a bit excessive, but like the ability to look back of the things that you've done and be able to be like, okay, what worked and what didn't. Like, gather that kind of like feedback and be like, okay, so this kind of worked, people really liked this, people really didn't respond to this, and then you kind of move forward with what works and what doesn't. But you can't figure out what works and what doesn't without you just going out, putting yourself out there, right? You need to be willing to be okay with things not working out, which you'd be surprised how many people aren't able to do that. A lot of people aren't able to put themselves out there and fail, and then like do poorly, because what works for one person doesn't work for another, and that's because everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, and you don't know your strengths and weaknesses until you do it. So a lot of times it's just like you kind of have to do a leap of faith, and then have the ability to kind of analyze that and be like, okay, well, how are we doing? And then the third and equally important, these are not listed in importance, these are all equally important. The third one is patience. The third one is persistence. It's things are not gonna go well for a while. Like, you're probably not gonna... I had a couple people. I had essentially a rotation of like one person, where like one person would stay for a while and then they would leave, and then another new person would stay for a while and then they would leave. That was like my first 6 months of streaming. And there are some people who that's their process for years, and there are some people that's their process for only a few weeks. Like, what matters is, as long as you have those three things, your willingness to put yourself out there, your ability to kind of find out what works and what doesn't, and then the persistence where you're willing to keep trying that over and over again, you can't possibly fail. It may take longer, it may take shorter. At that point, it's just luck. And as long as you're enjoying the process, as long as you're enjoying yourself, and you fall in love with the making of it, in the act of it versus the results, I think it could be something you would really, really enjoy. And of course, I would love to see the art that you make, so please keep us updated, because I love seeing y'all's journey and your own passions and what you want to make. That shit's amazing. You're playing Terraria? Terraria is so fun. It really is. Yeah, no problem, Loam. No problem. If you have any questions as far as specifics, you did give me advice as far as VTuber stuff. I use VTube. Personally, I use VTube. So, but if I were to start over, I think I would do PNG Tuber Plus. I think that's the one that has the layers that similar to VTuber, that it gives you that VTuber movement manipulation. So it's a little more complicated, but if you're starting from scratch, you might as well start with something that gives you more to play with. You know, I think I'm gonna stick with PNG Tuber for now, and then go straight to like VTube Studio, more than likely. Let's see. Hold on. I was in the middle of I was in the middle of something, so I couldn't read what Dragon was saying. So for my story for my own game, we read dialogue. We were voice acting it. Yeah, that's so good. I love that. I love that. Make sure not to have a choice paralysis. Yep. Choose one and put the others in the back burner. Yeah, agreed. There's been a good number of streams that I've had where all we did was prioritize. All we did was be like, okay, what's the next thing that we want to do? Like, how do we want to prioritize this list? Making your priority list will make it really reduce choice paralysis if you can't move. Which, by the way, another bit of advice I would give you: if you aren't doing anything when you want to be doing something, more than likely it's because that you haven't made a clear choice of what to do next. You've either made you've taken your eyes are bigger than your stomach, and you've tried to take on too much all at once, or you haven't really solidified what the next step is. You would be surprised how quickly you'll end up doing like very small things if you make it small enough. But the goal is to make it really small. especially in the beginning. The cost of doing something new cannot be overstated. I would say more than 50% of the energy to do something is put into doing the thing, like just starting a new thing. You're never going to be able to be at your best when you're starting a new thing. Never, ever, ever, ever. It is always going to be like, it's just like, this is ass. This is actual ass. This sucks. And it's just like, why? I know I could do better than this. And it's because it's something new. There's a cost to it. You're just not able to, it's like there's a funnel. And it's frustrating to have that funnel there. But that funnel becomes wider the more it's used. Calamity mode, hell yeah. Use Vienna tube. I will haul out the underground jungle to get it. Hell yeah. Vanilla with cosmetic mods is pretty cool. Oh, I wonder how good is it? Send a if you're willing, send a screenshot of it over in the Terraria, because I think we have a Terraria section in the gaming one in the Discord, if I remember correctly. PNG to replace is more detailed, more features. Vienna tube is much easier because you only need a few frames to slowly PNG. Yeah, exactly. I only do like a open mouth and a closed mouth. I only started doing animations relatively recently, which honestly, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of doing the animation stuff, and it's I'm a big fan of it. I had an art Instagram account, but I can't keep up the consistency. That consistency is such a blanket term. I think what consistency is that you need to find out what consistency works for you. That's what matters. Consistency isn't always, you need to post every single day at 3 p.m. exactly, because people are getting off of work, and then the programs will push your thing, which it may be true. That might be an accurate statement for some people, but at the same time, hey Shadow, welcome in. At this point, this is just advice talk. But what I would recommend when it comes to consistency is that you need to find a way for you to like do the things that you want to do that doesn't feel like it's sucking your life out of you. You need to find a way. Is that once every month? Is that once every 2 weeks? Is that once every 3 months? What matters is consistency in the sense of like something that is just like, cool, I could do once a month. And then you're like, cool, I want to do it more often. It's like, okay, then you can slowly build up to being able to do that. You need to find a consistency that you can do now that's maybe less than what you want for yourself. And as somebody who has a lot of fights with internally between where you feel like you should be and where you actually are, and then just like finding that. It's like, no. Definitely, I know that's not self-promoting. You're good. Trace to have the issues of live printing the other day. Self-promotion. There is a self-promotion Discord. No shame for that. Exactly. It's like, I don't want people coming in here being like, watch me as I stream. Like in here. Yeah, you know, that's kind of gross. But like, we do have self-promotion Discord as well. So you can, if you're working on stuff, you can self-promote. Like, it's just, if you were like first chatter, you bring it in here being like, hey, I'm about to go live, you watch me if you want, like pulling people away from stream, then yeah, that's a little gross. But like, where you're not doing that in the slightest, you're fine. And even if you were, it would be something that I would call out. It wouldn't be something that like, you're banned, how dare you do this. You're added twice as much dye to your stain. No. Yeah, right. Time to double everything else. It's like, look, I'm making a double batch. Workshop items that turn into pets at the Deep Rock collected robots at Pokemon. Ooh, that's really cool. Honestly, I love that. That's really funny. Consistency is such a taboo word for me. Yeah, it's just about adjusting what your brain feels accomplished to lower it down a notch. Exactly. As well as making the raptor transformation feathered. Yeah, let's go! Feathered dinos! Oh man, I'm still trying to find a way to make the miasma look feathery. It's a work in progress. As you said and done though, you can only take advantage of the algorithm if you're actually able to. Consistency only works if it's actually consistent. Right, exactly. Like, my algorithm's probably very mad at me because I was posting really consistently for a while, and then I caught up with all the VOD stuff, and then now my whole process of making shorts has been completely just uprooted is a good word for it. So now I haven't been posting anything on any of the short stuff, but I'm planning on catching up with that now that essentially at the end of the day today, actually, I've completely caught up with all the VODs. It still needs to be posted via YouTube because it's on a schedule, but as far as like the work that needs to be put into it, it's pretty much done. And it's now reduced to such a level where I don't need to have a day to catch up anymore. It's now, I spend maybe 15 minutes post stream and then everything's good to go. So I'm hoping there's a couple things that I want to utilize that day for now that, you know what, we can talk about it. Let me finish catching up on chat though. Use your send the dough, you take advantage of the algorithm, consistent. Once a week then, I think that's the only possible way. Go for it. Yeah. Once a week, I feel like once a week is what I would want it to be. So the fact that you're willing to like pull back to that already shows me that you were probably pushing way too hard. Like once a week is huge, especially for art. This isn't like one of those other ones where it's like, cool, it takes me like 20 minutes to make this. It's like it probably took you a long time to make it. On top of balancing everything else in life, once a week feels fine. Oh, even more inconsistent, I do it once a week and have backup day in case I cannot make it that day. That's pretty good. Also, a forgiveness and kindness to yourself for when you don't feel good and need rest is also important. Post it. Ooh, hold on. Let's see. Let us see. I want to see how these things look. Oh, it looks so pretty. Oh, that looks so good. I love the feathered raptor. And I love the little guy from Deeper Guy Galactic. I love him. Oh my god. That's so cute. Oh, thank you for, I very much appreciate. Welcome to the Discord, Astrala. Welcome in. Thank you. You can't force yourself to be consistent. If your brain is built a certain way, it is. You can stretch it, you can mold it a little, but it's usually more efficient to work with your brain, not against it. I couldn't have said it better myself, Shadow. That's a beautiful way of putting it. That is something that I will scream on the top of the mountains until I'm blue in the face. Learning how you function and living a life around that understanding and how you work in what works for you and what doesn't will make your life so much easier. It would allow you to know what jobs are good for you, like what kind of structure works for you, like knowing how your brain ticks and the rules. It's like this. Imagine a video game, right? Imagine a video game where you get zero tutorial and you don't know the rules, but you do a thing and then you randomly get punished. And you're like, okay, so I don't do that. And then you go do something else, and then that doesn't work. Suddenly you want to jump, but you won't jump. But it's only after you do another action. Like you learn the rules as you play. That's life. You don't know what works and doesn't work, and unfortunately, we live in a time where it's not very good. I would say education-wise, I'm not a fan of the current way we do education, of figuring out what it is that makes you function properly. You specifically. And only you can really figure that out. And I've really sat down to try to learn that. like in the last 5 years of my life, and I'm in my 30s. So the earlier you do that, the better, and know that that's going to change over time. It's going to change over time as far as who you are and what you need. But having those skills that you've built of learning of how you tick as a person, as a human being, is really important. Now, how art works really, but if you want to post more, you could post partial works. Yeah, parts of progress, dude. Art in progress posts are so nice. I love to see those. You might think that it's bad. I love them. But as someone who I would never want to post in progress, but you know what? Maybe I need to get used to that too. I have to go. Class is starting in a sec. Okay. All right. Good luck in class. Thank you for joining in. Try to pay attention. Oh God. I remember class like in college classes and stuff like that. Oh man. Like the 1.5 hour classes I could stomach through, but the 3 hour classes, oh my God, it took me everything not to just fall asleep. After the first 45-50 minutes or so, my brain is like, cool, maximum information downloaded. You no longer can you can't you literally can't absorb anymore. And I'm like, crap. every time, dude. Being patient with your brain and its quirks is really important for neurospicy. I've learned that I am very neurospicy. I wouldn't say very. I think I technically fall under the category of high masking. But I consider that as part of the, I moved a lot and had to learn a lot of social skills in order to survive growing up. Just out of like forced environmental situations. Self-improvement is an art. Amen. Amen, Loam. Yeah, I post a lot in posts in progress. Yeah, that's true, and I love seeing them, Dragon. I really do. Post another screenshot. Ooh, speaking of which, I forgot to send the colored Hadrapi. Yes. I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until a few years after grad school. It explains so much. I have not been diagnosed with anything, but I am suspecting. I am suspecting that I have ADHD, the autism ADHD combo, because it would explain a lot. I might not have it to the level where it's like life, I don't want to say life crippling, but like where it's a hindrance. But I think that's kind of that's part of the whole high masking thing, where it's like, just because it's not ruining your life doesn't mean you shouldn't go forward with getting it diagnosed. And I did try to get diagnosed with ADHD, but I had trouble finding facilities that did that for adults. And and nowadays, see, I live in America. I kind of want to hold off on being diagnosed. It's not the best time to be diagnosed neurospicy. You know what I mean? In America. So I'm gonna kind of hold off on it a little bit, but I'm moving forward with the idea of like, hey, I need to understand how my brain works. I need to figure out what kind of works for me and what doesn't if I'm gonna be able to move forward in this life, because I try to put myself into a situation. I try to put myself in like the normal like 9-to-5 grind of a job, and it burned me out really badly twice. And my goal is that my next job won't burn me out, because I don't know how many more burnout hits before like my health is going to be a real problem. Like I already am still recovering from the first one, like mentally. But yeah, no. Oh, you're right. You posted another screenshot. I want to look. Oh my gosh. Are those trees? Why do they look like... Hold on. Is that a crow? Why are the trees birds? Why are those trees birds, Ratty? I'm so confused. Oh my gosh. It's the, oh damn! Oh my god, should we make Mama Dodo in the damn bird? That would be really funny. Especially since you don't see her legs. You don't see Mama Dodo's legs. Hold on. I'm writing a note for myself. Oh my gosh. Alright, new. Make Mama Dodo into the meme bird as a joke. Hell yeah. Let's go. Alright. Oh my gosh. That is still correct. Okay, so my Twitter is now up and going. I don't have anything. I have no post. I have no, oh. No, my post and everything is still here. Well, shit. Well, it's up. Meme Dodo, and it just changes between bird memes. Oh, that would be so good. That would be really funny. You know what? How many channel points do you got? Do we want to make it official? Do we want to do a meme Dodo? This is a Mama Dodo. Hell yeah! All right, let's open it then. Let's open it, and I see that we need to do a recharge, Mama Dodo. Don't you worry. All right, stream notes. Here we go. Add it to the long list of Mama Dodo costumes. Jesus, idealist, come on. That's so much. I need to really sit down and do like one of these a week or something. Meme Dodo, Mama Dodo that incorporates memes, and then example, damn bird. If Mama Dodo had her own voice, what would she sound like? That's a good question. Definitely feminine. I have gone back and forth of how I want the voices of these characters to sound like. There's a handful. You know what? How about this? We need to do a commercial break, an ad break, real quick. Let's do an ad break. I'm going to answer this question, and then we're going to talk about what I wanted to go into in a bit after that, as far as some thoughts I had. See you in a second. And we're going to sit down. Now, if you're still here, I could still answer you. Ready? If you do not have ads, I will still answer your question. Like right now. Oh boy. Hey Dino, how you doing? Oh yes, you're still here? We're in case anyone who didn't get hit by the ads that are just being put up now, we're waiting. Okay, cool. All right, so I've been going back and forth as far as how the voices are gonna go. A part of me, do you remember the whole king thing? Just woke up from an amazing nap. Hell yeah, I love that for you, Dino. I am not a napper, but. Like, I've been going back and forth as far as the voices go. We could do the whole king thing where it's almost like a Banjo-Kazooie, where it's like ho ha ho ha ho, and then Mama Dodo's would be like, or, you know, whatever. So that was kind of the direction that I was going. Another part of me kind of wanted to do, like, because Idealist was the summoner, they all have his voice, but like at different levels and pitches, right? There's some where it's just like, it's just a straight up a different voice. Like, we just get voice actors. There was at one point where I was really considering like different AI voices or text-to-speech stuff, but the way that has kind of unfolded in culture currently leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So it's something that, like, depending on how it was gonna go, I was gonna go in that direction, but the way that it's being used now, where it's replacing voice actors and it's a big problem for a lot of different places, I'm gonna put a damper on that idea. If I had to give it a hand candidate to it, I'm imagining it's like Wattrel from Pokemon Horizons. Put a post in reference. Yes, please, because I have no idea what that is. Post in references. Yeah, let's read. Let's hear this. I could see it. I could see it. Just go to the Banjo-Kazooie route. We could also, I mean, yeah, like that's an idea, but there are a couple of different conflictions, right? So let me break this down. Let's pull it up Excel sheet, because I have a problem with Excel apparently, and by that problem I mean an addiction. Let's see here. Because I feel like I'm talking a lot, but I'm not really showing a lot. So let's do this. It gives character more personality, right? Like, I want each one to be different. So there's a couple of things, right? The Banjo-Kazooie route. That's not how you spell Kazooie. There we go. Let's actually do it a little. I would like to. There we go. Perfect. I want to make this big. Megan Fox is Mama Dodo. Oh gosh, like I gotta tell you, like 99% of the things that I write for notes, etc., are either Excel or Notepad. I don't use anything else. All right, so so these are Mama Dodo. No. This is summon talking potentials, right? It's the ability. It's like, okay, so we could do the Banjo-Kazooie route where it's just noises. It's like, let's see here. We'll split it up with Banjo is like, this is just the name. This is more detail and pros, cons, right? Hey Ludo, welcome in. We are honestly, we should be doing game dev stuff, but we're now talking about if Mama Dodo, the question essentially was, if Mama Dodo could talk, what would she sound like? Which has now opened up the whole can of worms and or Pandora's box of the background of what do Idealist summons sound like, right? Like Okami is like both noises, but you can clearly know how these actual voices. Okami? Is Okami in Banjo-Kazooie, or is Okami a different game entirely? I made a fictional entire language for my OC's world. That is awesome as hell. I would love to do that, but if I did shit like that for everything, I would never get finished. It's a different game. Okay, so in that case, let me let's see here. Look up Okami voice lines. Okami. Oh yeah, honestly, yeah, hold on. Let me just open up Okami real quick. Okami voice lines. All right, let's see here. Oh, I've seen a lot of people like rave about this.
Hello and welcome to...
No, hold on.
I'm gonna I'm gonna be telling you a few things throughout this podcast.
No, I don't want to. Here we go. Funny voices.
Now it's following me. Yo, kid.
Wait. So they're like. So they're like that. Got you. So they're not Banjo-Kazooie goofy, but they are noise like that. Okay. All right. Haven't caught up at a dev stream of yours in ages. Hey, Toby, welcome in. How have you been? Yeah, it's been a hot minute. We are talking. We are getting very sidetracked. So it's the usual game dev that you've known and loved up to this point. Did you see landscapes with invisible hands? Aliens have a sick way to communicate in this movie. No. Is the name Landscapes with Invisible Hands? Because if so, that's a hell of a movie. I need a title. Hold on. Look up. What progress did you make on the game? Mimic spread, and we are making on the phone system now, as far as being able to have the calls come in and make the right decisions. So we fully got the mimic spread down. We fully, and then there's been a handful of like narrative developments and background stuff that we got accomplished. So, you know, we made some progress, hopefully. Landscapes with invisible hands. Okay. Has their own voice. What program? Yeah, strange movie, but very good. Okay. I'm gonna look it up. What about the instrument sounds for voices? Like Don't Start. So that's been a couple of ones, because there was a event that I did for Monster Hunter World, and or not World, sorry, Wilds. And what it was, Morse code would be neat. Morse code would be pretty cool, but it would also be really long. It would be funny if one of the summons did Morse code. Maybe one of the apes does Morse code. That'd be pretty funny. Or maybe like Crab, and they're like clicking. They're like tick, 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 like they don't move their mouth, but they clap their pincers so it makes a noise, and they just do Morse code. That'd be kind of funny. But the instrument sounds. So for Monster Hunter Wilds, we did the whole thing, right? And part of that was that we had King, which, if you haven't seen King, let me see if I still have him available on my OBS. I believe I do. I think it's just I put it over in. Did I put over in events? I didn't put in an event. Ooh, maybe I did. No. No, is it how to explain to people how my language works? Right. I guess it would not be in events. So then, where was it? I feel like it would have been Dodo Potion, Potion Gang, Easter Surprise. I have a lot. Oh, here we go. That's King's voice. Yeah, but then where's King? Workout. Dinos. Here we go. King. Here's King. Like how you do mixed Japanese and musical theory. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's difficult to explain things when you don't have a good be able to do it. But yeah, this is King. Well, at least a cheapified King. King is a Rex summon that Idealist has as part of one of his leads. And what I did was that I set up a MIDI keyboard where I could tap on the keyboard, and then he would go like "Hur," and then so I would do like different notes, and then he would go like "Hur, hey, hur, 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 hey, hur." Like he would respond by me manually doing things on the keyboard. So it was kind of like that. So one of the things that we could that I've considered is that they are music sound based, aka using a MIDI keyboard. And so I'll just honestly, let's just have King just chill out. King's just here now. Why not? It's been a while. It's been a while. Oh, and also here's the Dino Swarm. Here's the background of all the, like, because I wanted to give the impression that the summons all wanted to watch us play Monster Hunter because they love Monster Hunter. One, because they feel like it's an awesome representation of them, but also because since Idealist is a paleomancer who likes to craft stuff, aka King has a metal tail and teeth, for example, Monster Hunter is a good opportunity to find things that they want to be modified with. So there's a headcanon where in Monster Hunter Wilds, one of the Quetzals saw the railgun dragon have the railgun on its head, and then asked if Idealist would be willing to do that for them as well. And then when the railgun fired, their long necks just got pinned behind them. It's a funny headcanon, but I love it. I say it as my message, but not in your answer. Strange. Maybe it's it trips some kind of Twitch formatting. It might do some kind of Twitch formatting. Also, how are their fire-breathing parasaurs coming along? That one has been made. At least in the in-universe Idealist, he's already made the fire-breathing parasaur. For those that don't know, I did a whole thing where we learned that parasaurs were once thought they were dragons, where the horn housed fire. So I went down a whole spiel about the fire. There was a fire-breathing parasaur. So that's a thing. That's canon. That's canon in universe now. There's a parasaur that breathes fire. In particular, not only does it breathe fire, but it also, the horn collects. I went down a rabbit hole. Y'all have no idea. I went down the rabbit hole of thermoacoustics, of how certain sound wavelengths actually and how it manipulates fire and heat, so that what happens is that you'll have super hot on the ends and super cold in the middle, where it will redistribute the temperature. So then essentially when it breathes fire, the horn becomes ice cold, and then the plumes of fire will also release on the back of it. Like, it was a whole thing. Like, I like learned about the physics of it and everything. So essentially you have like this icy, like frosted horn, like crest, and while it's able to breathe fire out forward. And I thought that was such a cool thing that it's just like, yeah, the physics kind of make it like a whole thing, which is awesome as hell. But so there's some potential problems here as far as choosing which one of these we want to. Oh, also, just like fully voiced by other people, has a base of Idealist's voice. That's another option. According to Twitch docs, you can actually have line breaks. Interesting. But it has a base of Idealist voice because he's the one who summoned him. So they use his voice because they don't really have a voice to bring in. So that's another thought that I had. But there's also a bit of a conflict here between these kind of voices, or like what potential sounds, because, and this might be a bit of a spoiler for some of you, so I apologize, but there are going to be songs with certain summons in the future. They are going to a certain degree sing, so they have a voice for the most part, but during not like, but they also are going to have like sounds when not Yeah, like sounds when for normal conversation. Convo. So a part of me wants to think like, well, idealist head voiced, outside head sounds. That's kind of the way that I'm heading towards it. Where it's like, from idealist perspective, fully voiced, different voices, a whole 9 yards. But as far as anything outside of his head, so any kind of viewpoint that is not directly from idealist POV, it like internally, it is like not fully voiced. It's just like there's like a translation error, right? It is like because he has that unique connection because they're the summons. Outside of that, you don't have that. So that's where the direction that I was kind of heading, was like that you have these moments where they're fully voiced, but it's only internally when you see like in the mind of idealist do you actually hear it, outside of which you don't. And this also kind of rounds back around. It's like, well, then what about Mama Dodo? What about Mama Dodo? Because y'all have a unique connection to Mama Dodo, right? So would y'all be able to hear her real voice, or would it be sounds? Idealists would definitely be able to hear the real voice, but would y'all be able to hear the real voice? And if not, should we be able to make it happen? So that I'm not 100% sure. So I guess the long-winded answer to the question, because again, this all spawned from the question, what would Mama Dodo sound like? I'm going to say, at least from internal idealist perspective, fully voiced feminine, but I don't really have a specific voice in mind. Like, I can't say like, this so-and-so actress or whatever, right? That's not anything that I have moved that far in deciding. Just feminine and fully voiced internally. Externally, I'm still deciding. I don't think I really know. I guess my question is this. Let me throw it back to y'all. What would y'all expect, and or what's y'all's headcanon of what Mama Dodo sounds like to you? Not necessarily from an idealist perspective, but from y'all's perspective. Like, when Mama Dodo talks to you, is it just noises that you kind of understand as like language? Is it are you more towards the mindset of like, she's more like a duck that you love, or is it more like not humane, but complex, right? Because like at the end of the day, she is a dodo, right? And I guess I guess it might be up to y'all of how deep that we want to go as far as in y'all's headcanon of what she sounds like. I mean, already Dragon already talked about how the headcanon for them is the bird Pokemon, right? Which is another direction we could go, by the way, which is Pokemon route, aka they say their name, like king, right? Dodos are sort of pigeons, so maybe pigeon noises, but also cozy matronly voice would be cool. Yeah, I need to find a good calm voice for her, but I imagine she sounds motherly. I mean, that's kind of the direction that I want to go for. It's like this kind of like soft, feminine, just comforting, like everything's gonna be okay. But more is like, so this sounded so I'm sorry, Dragon, I misconstrued. I misunderstood. So like I think people enjoy the idea of you know, she having more it's like, but hearing Mama Dodo just with a different intonations is funny. It is funny. The machine in Portal. Oh yeah, the machine in Portal. That yeah, Gladys. That would be pretty funny. Which one of my characters was it that was inspired by Gladys? I honestly don't remember. One of them was. Now for a war leader, it's certainly a big tone changer. Yeah, right. Mama Dodo is just like, well, that's one of the things about the text-to-speech that I was considering for Mama Dodo. I'd volunteer for voice acting, but I don't think that's how my voice sounds like. Well, I very much appreciate your willingness to volunteer to voice act, though. That much is that takes some bravery. Voice acting is an amazing skill, I think. Or not I think in the sense of like, it's like I think it's an important skill. More like I believe that it is it's that, you know. I may have accidentally hit my light bulb and I had to change it because it broke. No, that's the worst, Dragon. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. I think because like having Mama Dodo talk to y'all is something on my list of things that I want to. Right, like if I'm gonna have the summons play more of a factor of these streams, which I do, I also want to need to give some kind of form of interaction, and audio is one of the better ways to go about doing it. So how do I want to represent Mama Dodo in that sense is something that is still in process, but something that I think is worth discussing, especially here. So I want King to talk to us before Mama Dodo does. Really? Have you thought of voice synthesizers like Vocaloid or Synth? Yes. That's honestly what the King thing was kind of going in the direction of. Is that what I really did a deep dive into Vocaloids. And utilizing Vocaloids similar, where essentially Mama Dodo was going to talk in a similar way that Miku was, like Miku does, and because I thought that would be fun. One, funny. Two, I think it would be fun. Yeah, like a open source Vocaloid tool. Exactly. I was considering doing that. So let's actually put that in as well, where it's like Utao, right? But it's really, really difficult because in order for me to do it, I have to actually change my computer to to the location to Japan, and then change my keyboard to a Japanese keyboard. You know? And Hatsune Miku mentioned, right? So it's like I like the idea of the Vocaloids, where we do our own Vocaloid almost like per summon in a weird way, and then like just make our own voice bank for them, and then have that be pulled, where it's kind of like a text to speech generation. Oh, let's do that. So text to speech, AI voices canceled. I feel it would get along very well. Well, I mean, there is a lot of Mama Dodos and there's a lot of Mikus, so and then there is we already said Utah. What was the one that I was gonna do? I honestly don't remember. But essentially we have like their own voice bank with it, right? But favorite track, for Miku, unfortunately before I started VTubing, I didn't even know about Miku, so I don't know a whole a lot about them. And I've heard some songs here and there, but I mean, like, I get it. They seem great and amazing, but I don't know if they're for me. You know what I mean? Y'all going off on that. But to making sure to reinforce this, Ludo, I do like the instrument sounds as well. I like that. Oh right, no, I remember what it was. It was specific text to speech. Make our own like voice bank. That one's kind of interesting. Where we kind of like it's kind of like a combination of UTAU and a text to speech, or I guess text to speech is, or the UTAUs are in a way text to speech. In a strange way, where it's like you just take the combination of sounds and do it that way. I think there's something about doing some form of text to speech, at least through stream, because I have to think about it from the perspective of what allows us to do something here on stream that allows it to be interactable. Because like fully, like if money wasn't an issue and etc., fully voiced by other people would go so hard, but that would be nigh impossible to make it part of a stream thing without it just being like a pre-recorded thing. You know what I mean? So like it's like, well, static is good, but it's not. Oh, gotcha. So what I will say. So so like there's like different levels of, I want there to be times where Mama Dodo, y'all get to ask Mama Dodo a question, or maybe she responds to certain things, but I don't know how to go about it in a way that would allow it to be nuanced to the situation at hand while sounding good. In the sense of like, so that's why I was like thinking of noises, where the noises would come out, but then there would be subtext underneath it, or like captions underneath it, that would be a proper response. And I don't know if Mama Dodo will be different than other summons, because I don't want to give her too much of an ego, but she is different than other summons, especially to y'all, especially to the context of these streams. Mama Dodo isn't just any other summon. All the summons are special in their own way, but this is Mama Dodo. A league of her own. And allowing the connection to for all this to happen. So to really play it home, there is a certain level of like, well, how much exception do I want to give her? How much specialization do I want to give her? And there's a particular plan that I have for Mama Dodo that I think y'all are gonna really, really, really enjoy, but that's like very far, right? Excel, you didn't even notice it. Well, that's because I make Excel fun, you know? Hey Foxy, welcome in with your wild introduction as always. You know what? I might, just for you, Foxy, I might ban the word balls. I might just ban that word just for you. But anyway, so I don't know. It's like, I guess I'll say hi to the streamer, you know, whatever, which is real. What did I do, bruh? I don't know. It was just wild. It's wild introduction every time. And every time I'm just like, what? But how are you doing? All jokes aside, how you been? It's always ironic you greet me and I barely see you on my own streams. Yeah. No, you said I also idealist or something. What do you mean? I think something like a MIDI idea would be most practical for on-stream interactions. Type the response and it plays like an Animal Crossing villager sound with letter sound. That's that's the middle ground that I was considering before now. That was the middle ground I was considering, where it was just captions on the bottom where you can read the response, and then the sounds themselves don't need to be something specific. Right? Right? Because you stream at like 3 a.m., but that's real. But because the difference, there is a subtle but important difference to make. You don't need to be funny to make streams, though. You don't need to be funny. It helps, but you don't need to be funny to make streams. So don't worry about that. From what I've heard, I've heard people highly recommend you learn is it ad-libbing? Not ad-libbing. What's the one where you're in front of people and they're like, name a place, name a person, and they make a joke? Yeah, it's real-time response with comedy. Learning learning how to do that and then utilizing that for stream, because that's a very similar improv. Thank you. Learning improv and gaining improv skills really help with streaming, which is true. They do. Also, the episode of The Office where Michael makes his computer talk. See, that's also really funny. I like those kind of things, but I just don't know. Hey, someone. I think this is still broken. How have I not turned this off yet? All right, well, everyone go ahead and vote. Luckily, I'm not going to get carried away this time, so there we go. What I will do, though, hold on. We're going to keep going. I'm going to see if I can get King to like float across. Hold on, let's see here. Okay. We're going to have King float across. So choose. Who will win, the zombie armada or the zombie horde versus the duck armada? But yeah, improv skills really help. What was I saying before? Oh, we were talking about the just like text to speech and that. I said either of those answers. Well, you'll see about a second. No, King! No! Can't come back! No! Hey, how you doing? Hey, King. How was your trip? Oh, man. Oh, I almost had to make a new one. King's like, what? Make a new what? Wait a minute, hold on. Oh gosh, you'll have to make King in Jurassic World Evolution 3 in his honor. Do it! Hell yeah. King crowd surfing, or could I say crown surf? Aw, boo! I hate that I love that joke. It's the dad in me. It's that inner dad. It started happening in like late 20s. Oh gosh. Anyway, so I think for now, answer. I booed it because it's a pun, but I also hate that I really liked it. Don't boo him, he's right. They're right. Let's see. Our answer is gonna be captioned with what? Why did our, that was ominous. Why did our music stop? Okay, we're gonna refresh this. Okay, that was so abrasive. Did anyone else kind of like have a moment where your brain stopped when that music stopped? Because I did. The music stopped and I was like, what? Huh? Yes. Why is your taskbar sideways? Because there's more room on the side. that's really the most answer that I could give. The long answer is I was moving over. I was like comparing two documents and transferring one thing to the other, and the bar on the bottom was making it really difficult to do that for whatever reason. I don't remember why. So then I moved it to the right to make it out of the way, and then it just kind of made more sense to have it on the side because there's more room on the side to take up. You know? That's actually a pretty good recommendation, by the way. Captioned with MIDI tones / instruments similar to certain video games. Eventually transition to Utah, but be similar to previous. So the idea is this, right? So as far as the Utah stuff, which is essentially, it's very similar to, it's a Vocaloid, right? It is a subtle difference, but it is a difference. It is a difference between just a single tone just going, right? And then a straight up Vocaloid. It gives it more of a human feel. It gives more of a personal feel to it. But it's going to take a lot more effort and time. So I kind of see it like this. Remember, we talked about short-term, long-term. I think captioned with MIDI tones and instruments similar to certain video games is a good short-term solution, which is funny because it's a lot of work still. And then eventually we'll work on doing a full-on voice bank for each of them to dip into that so that they sound different, Vocaloid-wise. And then maybe as like the time moves on and as y'all get closer to Idealist, the character, maybe then you get to hear the voices. Maybe we can have like some kind of in-canon event where suddenly now you get to hear them. Like we could really like play into it. But I mean, maybe the reason is why you stopped is just you either A, burned out, or B, you kind of lost track of why you started in the first place? You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, so that was a long... Ooh. Right. I forgot that we the shortcuts are crazy in Excel. But by all means, do not let that hinder you for redeeming costumes. I heavy is the crown, am I right? Anyway, I don't know why you started. Well, maybe remembering that might be the key. More often than not, how you started and why you end it tend to be very similar. Right? The same reason. Okay. So before I forget, I at least wanted to mention this before we get started into actual doing some game dev. Everyone's just like, thank God, it's been an hour and 40 minutes. Something that I had a lot of fun this last Sunday. Us just kind of like thinking my thoughts out and just having a good time while we were just climbing the mountain. And one of the things that's just been on my mind that I wanted to mention is one of the things that we mentioned on Sunday was, wanting to potentially have a day where we work on stuff where essentially it would be spoiler. It would be similar to like the game dev stuff, where one of the bigger reasons I think that I haven't given up on the game dev is that we have a dedicated game dev day. And we, like, even though we don't do as much as we would otherwise, I'm able to stick with it longer, right? And Honestly, this always does happen. Well, this is why I also do like timestamps on the VODs. I do timestamps for when, like, okay, if you're here for game dev, go to here, because we just yap for so long. Usually it's only like 30 minutes. Anyway, so we were talking about yes. We were talking about how, hold on, it's like sand going through the cracks in my fingers, gaps in my fingers. That's the right word. Can you tell my brain's short-circuiting? It's like trying to pull a thread that's slowly like falling off a cliff, and it's like, hold on, and it's just like a words that's just says my grasp of a memory. It's like, please, no, hold on, my hand's slipping. Point is, we are going to be caught up with the whole VOD situation, which means Mondays, which usually was spent on like catching up on stuff, is no longer needed to be catch up on stuff. I've essentially freed up a day of my week. And we talked about how I am thinking about, even though it would be spoiler for y'all, to make stuff on stream for a day during the week, because that would help me at least do a little bit of it, even if it's not as efficient as doing it on my own, but at least allows me to stick with it a little bit, because right now the answer is 0. It's more than 0. And with the freeing of the day, I am considering doing Monday streams. So if you're wondering, it's like, well, why Monday? It's like, well, currently we stream Sunday, Saturday, Tuesday, which I thought was weird. But it turned out that Mondays were bad days for a lot of people. And then like any other day was just kind of like normal. Like as far as the feedback that I got, this was a good combination of days for most people. And so it's like, okay, well, if we were going to do a 4th stream, what day would it be? And a part of me wanted to kind of do Thursday. So then it's like 1 day off, 1 day on, 2 days on, 1 day off, 2 days off. Like it kind of like alternates like that, but it's also kind of confusing. It doesn't feel consistent. And I've learned about myself, again, kind of calling back to previous conversation of understanding yourself. I need an off-ramp day and an on-ramp day in order to properly rest. It's why weekends never quite felt resting for me until I had a 3-day weekend. So Wednesday is essentially an off-ramp. It's usually like I still take care of some things here and there. That's Wednesdays for me are like chore days. Those are the days that I take care of stuff. I I catch up on stuff, and like I don't do anything super demanding, but it's kind of whatever. And then Thursdays are like fully days off. There have been some Thursdays where I just don't get out of bed and I just rest. Right? It's just a rest day. And then Fridays are usually days where I'm like, cool, I'm gonna play a new game on Saturday. Time to do a full-blown animation. You're cooking Foxy? Like in a good way? Are we talking about like over a fire? Pose it in general. Try to get as purple as possible, but the game has restrictions. Ooh, hold on. I want to see this first. I want to see this. Nope. Hold on. Where are you? Oh gosh, I love the picture. I love the picture for the Dragon Rose. I love it. Oh, look at him. There's King. Oh my god. I like the eye arches. I think he would say, "Where's his crown?" Technically, everything is food. Once, but a lot of food is not good for you. Everything can be eaten once. It's just, whether or not you'd survive is the question. So because of that off-ramp, on-ramp rest thing, I'm hesitant to put a stream on Thursday, any of those 3 days, because then I don't think I would properly rest. I'm having difficulty convincing myself to rest when I need to rest. So I think what I'm thinking of, this is what I'm considering, which is why I also want your feedback on this. And before I say this, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story. So, way back in the distant year of 2024, and when I started streaming, yo boy had a schedule. He streamed Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. I streamed 5 times a week. And because in my mind, I was going to treat this like a job. And before I quit my last job, I loved having a break in the middle of the week. Like, a Wednesday day off cannot be understated how amazing that feels. FYI, just a little side note, if you're like, oh, I'm gonna have myself a 3-day weekend, which is good, it's great, but it just makes your weekend feel like a weekend. It doesn't really it doesn't help burnout. But when you have a day off in the middle of the week, it makes your Tuesdays feel like Fridays. So it feels like you're always like 1 or 2 days away from a day off, and it feels amazing. So anyway, just throwing that out there. So that's what I did again when I stopped working and I started streaming, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna do two game days and 2 game dev days. It was Monday, Thursday game days, Tuesday, Friday game dev days, something like that, and then Sundays were special stream days. It was Sunday chill day. But the Sunday chill day plan was that stream was for people who were directly supporting me, aka an extra stream for like subs and people who are members and like all that other kind of stuff, right? But at the time when I made that decision, I didn't have any of those. We didn't have anyone. So it was like a special additional stream for the week for those who are able to support me more. So like you get 4 days for free, and then the 5th day is like only if you're supporting me directly. And so with this extra stream, it's gonna be spoiler. So it gives me concern to treat it like a normal stream. Because people who don't want to be spoiled are going to come in and being like, oh, this is just a normal stream. He's streaming extra. And I'm like, we're going into like animatics of a video that will come out. And one of the things that I'm considering is making the Monday spoiler stream a sub-only stream. And I want to know y'all's thoughts on that. Because I want to help prevent spoiler. You know, there's another thing that's like, instead of doing that, instead we put on the title, spoiler stream, so that people know about it. But I don't know if that's enough. But I also don't want to alienate people who want to see the background stuff and be like, you can't see the background unless you give me money. And I don't want to feel like I'm alienating or doing like predatory practices in any kind of way. But I'm just trying to find a way to make this where I'm trying to be as accommodating, make that bag, so y'all don't think it's in poor taste to make a spoiler sub-only stream for working on stuff for us, as far as like the lore and the lore videos and making stuff like things that are by all means spoiler territory, that it would be a sub only thing. You don't think it's in poor taste? Because that's what I don't want to alienate the people that help me do what I do and support the way that in the way they support. I don't want people to feel like giving me their attention and their time isn't enough, basically, because I don't want to give that impression where it's just like you're not doing enough for me, and I don't want to make people feel that way. It might be one of those things where that's just unavoidable, but I'm trying to do things in a way where it incentivizes people in good ways. So it's like, sure, I can't give all the people the incentives that I would give people who help me more, because then it wouldn't be incentives anymore. And in that case, it's just like, well, too bad. But I don't know. So I'm still torn. I'm still a little bit torn. But you're entitled to make money. Yeah. That's true. But if that was the beginning and end of it, I would crank up the ads to 22.5 minutes for every 30 minutes. Remember us talking about that? Absolutely crazy where that's a thing that you can do. Oh my god. Yeah, no. So that, just wanted to let y'all know that you might see a post probably sometime this week. It might be we might start next week. Who knows? In this economy, I know I would. Listen, well, here's the thing. There's a couple things that I'm fully aware of about the current situation in the world. I know I'm struggling with money. I don't talk about it a lot because I don't want y'all to feel about it in any kind of way, but I know I am struggling. But I also know most people are struggling. So that means there's less money that people are able to give that otherwise they would be able to. So it feels there's less money to go around. So I don't want to ask for more from people because people don't have as much. Including me. So I think I'm going to give this some more thought. Y'all having a positive reaction to it is giving me more confidence in it. You really can't assume the worst for everyone, even though it might be true 90% of the time. That's true. That's true. You got me there. I can't always assume everyone's struggling. I want y'all to be responsible. So know this. I'm gonna try to incentivize. I'm gonna try to make stuff. I'm gonna try to do what I can. Just promise me you're not going to spend money you shouldn't be spending. Because that would hurt me more than the benefit of you giving. Because that's really the biggest thing. If I were rich, I'd give you a Lamborghini like 32 bits. Same value. Hell yeah. Let's go. 32 bits? What are you? Jeff Bezos? Hey Geese, welcome in. We're slowly moving into game dev. By slowly, I mean real slow. As in like, we're about 2 hours in and we're about to start. We got sidetracked. And by sidetracked as in like we went to a different state for a while and went sightseeing and then came back. The original map would be sorted out. Right. So I think take your time here to procrastinate too. Hell yeah, let's go. Hey artist, welcome in. It's been a hot minute. How have you been? Talk about pyramid schemes. Is that what we're talking about? But there may or may not be an additional stream that we're going to be doing. The long and short of it is I'm considering doing a 4th stream once I'm fully caught up with the whole VOD thing. And that stream is going to be dedicated to working on spoiler content for things that I want to make for y'all.
So it's going to be more restricted access than normal streams would be. That I do not know how to do front end and can't figure out my portfolio. Ooh. Yeah, portfolios are tough. Portfolios are tough. You have to put your best foot forward, but in a way that is easily digestible, and it gets put. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So I get you. Oh, ooh, Foxy, what are you gonna? Oh, yep. I know it's exactly what to add. Hold on, let me just go ahead and just do like a boop, and then where are you? There you are. You're on 14 so far, by the way, Foxy. If school is happening, I'm less able to catch streams, but I still try. Yeah, no, listen, it is absolutely fine. You're able to stop by when you can. If you can't, that's absolutely fine. There's no pressure. It's wonderful to have you either way, for as long as you're able and or willing. It's always fun to have you all come back. Even, no matter how long it's been. How many other? Yeah. My portfolio will be half women, half Spinosaurus, which honestly, good spread. I like it. I already have a portfolio, but it's just a terminal that I made where you type commands to get my info, and apparently it isn't professional according to my teachers. So is it more of an appearance thing? Is it more of like it doesn't look good? Because then that becomes that's more of user experience design flaw versus like the actual design, like a fundamental design flaw. Did they give like, ooh, thank you for the stretch. Did they give you like an example of what to change, or did they just give you not professional and then just what about their day? Because not professional doesn't really give you a whole lot to work on. There's a lot of different things what not professional could mean. They want to do the traditional front page, about page, project page, content page, maybe a form of contact me. This is what I will say about it, Geese. Again, this is coming from someone who is not an expert in any way, shape, or form, so take my advice with a grain of salt. As somebody who's been doing content creation stuff for about almost 2 years now, the more barriers of entry to get said information that you want to provide, the less amount of people that you're going to get. So I think that's what they're coming from. In the sense of like, oh, you want to make sure that information's super accessible, because the more barriers of entry to get that information, the more likely they're just going to be like, you know what, this is my 87th one I've looked at today. I'm not gonna jump through these hoops. However, the caveat to this, and this thing that I don't think enough people talk about, is if you make the thing that they need to jump through fun and or interesting and or amusing, they're much more likely to want to jump through the hoops. So what I would recommend, if you want to do something kind of different, from the sounds like that's what you want. You don't want to do a traditional thing. You kind of want to set yourself apart from the competition, right? Is really, really kind of homing down that user experience. I did add a treasure hunt to my terminal with hidden commands and animations. That's cool. I think, what if you did a little bit of both? What if, and hear me out, you do have those basic commands. You have your basic like information out and ready for everyone, but on that web, so all the information is easily accessible, but then you leave little breadcrumbs. You let people know it's like, hey, there might be more to this page than is being led on, and then the curious gets rewarded. You kind of you incentivize exploration. You incentivize them willing to kind of like try the different things, and then you get to do the treasure hunt thing that you want in the special animations that you want, while still providing the upfront information for those that who didn't want to bother. Plus, then that's something to talk about, because this is another thing that I like what you're doing, Geese. when you get an interview, not if, when you get an interview, that's something you can ask them. That's something to ask them. It's like, oh, by the way, did you find the so-and-so, how'd you think of this it's like, did you find the so-and-so animation? Did you like that? And they'll be like, what? They'll be like, yeah, that was really fun. I had a good time with it. Or they'll be like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh yeah, no, there are hidden commands and animations on the site that you visited. I was wondering if you partook in that, like, in some feedback, right? I have an idea to make Plinto into my portfolio. Like, that sounds to me that sounds awesome. I mean, arrow-shaped portfolio, so you could just throw it in people's faces. That is funny. That is funny. Does it have to be an arrow-shaped to throw in people's faces? Also true. Is it what was the joke where it's like someone with a paper airplane challenged someone else to try to go the farthest, and they made a perfect airplane and went really far, and the other person just balled it up into a small ball and threw it farther? But yeah, like it sounds to me that you want to make a more interesting, unique portfolio, and I want to let you know that there is merit to that, but you have to design it in a way where there is the least amount of walls between what you want people to interact with and be able to contact you. That's the thing that you'll need to keep in mind. The more walls you put up, the less people that are going to get through it, and it's already difficult enough as it is. So, like, doing a Plinko where your information kind of like drops down and then like it kind of fills out the page in a unique way that makes sense, go for it. That sounds cool as hell, and I think you would stand out in that. It could even be in the sense of every time they refresh, it's something new, right? That like when you make the portfolio page part of, you manipulate it in such a way that it shows off your skills as a person to do a lot of different things. You're showing versus telling. And that is a golden rule that I think has merit in this. The Plinko is literal. I take away the user input and just drop the ball, and the ball decides where they go. That would be funny, but as long as you are making these things with the mindset that I mentioned previously, you want to make sure you take them for a ride, but make sure that it's as seamless as possible, and make sure there isn't any, like, you need to be it from the point of view of the user, of making sure there's the least amount of pain points as possible. And by pain points, I mean anything that's frustrating, anything that is like that may make them impatient, anything that's like, oh, okay, this is a problem. Like, you don't want to be your first impression to be like, okay, I see a bug, like off the rip. So you apparently could do it entirely in GS2. I discovered about Canvas API, and I want to do it now. Hell yeah. I think implementing your skill set in the actual portfolio in of itself is like, it's like almost, it's like you telling me, it's like, yeah, I'm applying for a job to be to sew clothing, so I brought my portfolio full of clothing, but my folder is also made out of clothing. You know what I mean? Where it's like you made the folder itself of the portfolio part of your portfolio, and you're showing rather than telling. I think that is awesome. So, yeah. So I'll say, I think your sometimes feed. Here's the thing. From a game dev perspective, can I apply to Dodo Inc? I need an internship. Oh man, if only. What I will say, from a game dev perspective, people are really, really good at finding flaws in things, which is why feedback is important. Because if you aren't going to get that feedback, you know, you were going to get it either during the development or after the game comes out. Either way, it's going to come out, right? But people are really bad at recommending solutions to those problems, including myself, by the way. So I'm not immune to this. So your teacher's saying, hey, it's not professional. Maybe it's less to do with it not being professional. In those kind of situations, be like, okay, cool. What is the specific things that you're having issues with? Because they could be like, okay, I have an issue with this, 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 and this. And then you focus on that and be like, cool, how can I solve these problems in a way that I'm satisfied with, that would check all their boxes? Because maybe it's less to do with, I want you to be as boring as humanly possible, and more to do with, hey, these issues have arisen, and the only way I know how to fix it is to for it to be professional. Please don't get your coffee. Even contradict the laws of thermodynamics just to keep it hot. Oh, listen, if you can contradict the laws of thermodynamics, then we might have a deal. I've never been, nor do I think I would ever need I need someone to get my coffee for me. Like, bro. Well, first of all, I don't drink coffee, so maybe that's probably part of the problem. I think if anything, I might need a chef. Not like a chef, but just like, no, I like cooking. What is it that I need? Oh, I need a personal assistant. I need someone to keep me on track. That's what I need. I wish to refute the police principle. Oh my god. All right. We're running a little bit late. Let's do some ad breaks. When you get back, let's transition to game dev. You know, let's at least get a couple hours in before the end of the day today. See y'all in a sec. All right. I kind of use restroom, but that should be okay. Should be the keyword here. Nope, that doesn't sound like the right thing. Yep, knew it. Uh-oh. Perfect. Why did this not properly loop? I made sure it was looping. We might get flagged for that. I'm gonna be real. We'll see. For my game maker workspace is starting to get as many tabs as you. Yeah. True Foxy, our block is still here. This is what I recommend, Ludo. If you can still hear me, you might be ad blocked. Not only art blocked, but ad blocked. To me, art is like breathing in the sense that in order for if you're having difficulty making something or starting something, it's because that you have an imbalance between the production and consumption of art. Meaning, if you have art block and can't make something, it's because you haven't breathed in enough for inspiration. Not inspiration. Inspiration is a bad word, but like you need to consume art. So now if you don't know what to do, like I think you need to experience, like take a walk, do something, but try to make art. You know what I mean? Do literally like go for a walk, be out in nature, exercise a little bit, watch a show or something that like that you just love, like those kind of things. And I think you'll find, like, I've heard from artists again, and I also I believe as well this, the best ideas and the best things to move forward with happen when you're not trying to do the thing. When it's like background processing and you're letting your brain have the time necessary to like properly process it, that's to do it. But I consume art like an addict. Well, again, I think you just need to step away. It's like trying to force anything else. When you're trying to force something, it's not... You can't... I don't know if this is the case for everyone else's artistic brain, but my artistic brain, I can't control that shit. It either is or isn't. It's either ready or it's not ready. And what I need to do is practice patience in like let it cook. Just because like, okay, cool, I want to eat this meal in 15 minutes, but it takes 45 minutes to do. Me turning up the oven sure might make it cook a little bit faster, but it also could burn the shit out of my food. You know what I mean? You gotta let it marinate. You gotta let it slow cook. So you might as well just do something, like get something where your brain is still active. So I don't mean like scroll on your phone and just zap your brain with serotonin, but I'm also like, that's why I recommend, like, if you're able and safe, going for a walk in nature. Like going for just go like something where you're moving your body, because you're trying to really make your brain go, but you're not really making your body go at all. And there's also a bit of a balance between your mind and body, where if one is too active over the other, it tends to cause imbalancing issues. Not in the sense of like you're gonna have health problems, even though you probably would, but I mean in the sense of just like you feel like you're forcing. It's one of those rare situations where if you feel like you're forcing it, you need to do the opposite. The only way to do something is to not do it. And I know that's weird, but that's just kind of how life turns out, in my experience at least. If you want to do it, you have to not do it. Those Art Tricks is one of my favorite art channels, and they explain motivation in the best way. We imagine motivation like a bolt of lightning coming along in a flash. We can't fully control it. There are ways to do the equivalent of going out in an open field with a lightning rod. Yeah. Like, it's one thing, I think from at least my understanding of it, it's one thing if you don't allow yourself to, or like, it's one thing where it's like, I refuse to do anything until I'm inspired, which is not the way you should be going about it. But the other end of the spectrum, which is I can force myself to do art whenever I want, and if I can make this happen, is also, you know, not a good way of going about it either. There's like a weird middle ground where it's like, one thing I will say is I don't think there is an easy solution. I think this falls under the umbrella of you need to learn how your brain works. Yeah, go ahead and throw the video in. Oh, y'all added stuff, or y'all made stuff in the Discord. Hold on, let me look at it. You have the published book. Oh yeah, this is the Windows Psychosis. Oh, I need to check out that book. Bro, I love Wendigo, dude. Oh my god. So thank you for sharing that, by the way. How to defeat art block. I'll watch that as well. That and or yeah, but you know, I only have so much time to draw in a day. I know. There's some cheat. It's fire. Hell yeah! I'm glad you're liking the art that each other are making. I love to see it. I'm related, but my favorite thing to do is make a Scorpio Rex enclosure and drop Sable in it. Scorpio eats it and then like popcorn. That's wild. That's wild, Ratty. Yeah, I know you only have a certain amount of time to draw in a day. Well, at least I assumed. I assumed that you didn't have like all the time in the world to do it. But I think there's only so much you can do. And trying to force yourself to do something that I think at the end of the day, you're not going to get a whole lot done, if at all. And you're just going to end up being frustrated of what you could have done but didn't do. At least that's my experience in that. You know? Your OC, did I miss it? Where did you post your OC? Was it post your art? Oh wait, is it the robot? Is that you? 20,000 euros. In the art section? Yeah, that looks so good. Why didn't it tell me that there was a new post on here? Oh, you're a really good artist. What the fuck? Bro, I love your sketching. I can't do robots. I am bad with robots. I am bad with robots. I love the way you did this robot. I love it. That looks so good. It's very I don't want to say everything is FNAF core, but like it's very, you know, FNAF core. I'm sorry, I can't think of a better word for it. Oh, by the way, did you like seeing the Draw the Spider see I got it as an art trade? Yeah! Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. If you want to share in it. Did you accept stolen billionaire money? Oh, do you accept stolen billionaire money? Listen, FNAF is my main inspiration. Okay, good! Good. Honestly, I really do love FNAF. I really do. I mean, obviously, look at our game. Hold on, let me show you. Sound. Like, look at this. We're at a desk and we're going in and out on this thing. Like, this is, it's not a FNAF-like by any means, but the interaction is definitely inspired, right? Hey, Piranha, welcome in. We are slowly getting into game dev. We're almost 2.5 hours in and we haven't done a lick of one. So, yeah. Rigged. Do we have phone guy in this? We have only phone guy in this. So for those who have no idea what this is about, this is a 911 operator horror game called Last Call, in which we have to make the decision of if the person on the other end of the phone is a real person or a mimic trying to trick us to send the wrong emergency personnel to their location. If you are wrong, those personnel die, and they slowly but surely spread across the town until you're the last one alive. The red is their like detection range, by the way. Maybe the best thing to do is to check what's next on the list. Yeah, maybe. But what was I saying? What were we doing? Oh, right. So the last thing that we were doing was character checkboxes. The idea here is instead of a decision tree that would get really complicated based on the user's interactions with 36 different people to possibly interact with, and then having each one have a unique storyline. Instead, we have specific questions for each character and how they would react to that thing. And then we just make it broad enough where, regardless of the interactions or the sub-narratives or anything else that we throw in, all those regular things are kind of taken care of, right? So that's what we were doing last time, and what I wanted to kind of finish today, and then move into working on the phone line itself, because I believe The what did we do? Yeah, completed making spread player is correct, and started creating character checklist. I forgot to up this last week, but that's fine, right? King Gambit gains strength from the fallen. What is that one? Is that a Dark Souls reference? I don't know things. I don't think people let you know, but I'm old. I don't know if I've told you this before. So the goal for today is to finish character checklist and start and continue working on a current location decision. So before we move back to character checklist, just a reminder of where we're at as far as the phone stuff. We were trying to find a way to make sure that the game knew where we were, because depending on the location, not where we were, where the mimic is, because depending on where the mimic is located will decide which voice lines to then utilize. So we need to find a way so that it knows where it is, and then be able to select from a big list of things to be able to okay, then play soundbite old man ramble A or whatever, and then it will just play that thing in the background, right? Make phone operator gain strength for every dead person from the mimic. Oh. Supreme Overlord? I don't think I've heard of this. But yeah, that would be kind of funny, where it's just like a playthrough where you want to get as many people as possible killed. Oh yeah, no, wait, there is a way to do about it. That's right. That was our initial design philosophy, is that this creates a unique opportunity for speedrunners, because it allows when you try to make a game where everyone needs to make the right decision, we're also going to make it interesting where if you're trying to make the wrong decision, it will cause something, like there's a way to go about it. Like on the flip side, it still causes issues, right? Let's see. All right, let us see. When in doubt, send the cops. Well, that's the thing. If you don't send the right amount of cops, you lose them. Ooh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good, Ludo. I love that. Thank you for sharing that with me. Hell yeah. That's so good. A lot of talented artists aren't there? You send all the cops? Well, that's the thing, Geese. If you send all the cops, then you won't have any more to send when another call comes in. This game is secretly a resource management game. If you don't manage your resources accordingly, you lose people. The more people you lose, the faster you lose. The name of the game is try to last as long as possible. So you don't want to be caught without any resources to send. Eventually, it will just naturally get to that point. But you don't want to make so the more mistakes that you make, or the more overcautious you are, the shorter amount of time it takes for you to lose. Feasting with this drawing, I bet, seriously. I think my favorite part actually might be the back. Not the favorite part, but like the background is so good too. Like the leaves, Ludo, the leaves, so good. The signatures also looks like one of mine. But yeah, no. Checklist, continue to work on the current location decision. Perfect. So now, character checkboxes. Yay! Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, it's a combination of we try to do some coding and then we kind of get bored with that. So then we do narrative stuff and then we go back to coding. So now we're just kind of we're all moving forward with it, at albeit slow but consistent pace, and that's what matters. Didn't you make a grid for the positions? I kind of did. It was the I didn't make a grid, but instead it was we get the collider, then we pick at random, we get the shape ID, and then we get the global position and then the collision layer of the shape ID, and then change the color. Oh wait, last time we did do something else. Hold on. I'm surprised I didn't write this down. We also made it. Yeah, wait, hold on, we did write it down. Completed making the spread when the player is correct. We did do that. Okay. So if I hit, for instance, Alt, no, Control, no, Enter, no, crap, Shift? Yeah, Shift. So when I do Shift, for example, it doesn't turn red, which means it can go back. It could go back and forth, right? So as you can kind of see on the bottom left, we have the ability to get the grid positions, right? But we as far as the coding is concerned, we need to make it so that it's where it's able to then check its current position, and if position is blank, then it would spit out like, okay, cool, then you can select from these, right? Then run blank. It's like we would have like a script per house maybe or something, where it's like if in this position run old house 1 or old house 2 or whatever, like turn this one on. Just run your hand across the keyboard, and that's what I do when I forget what key I set, right? So I think if I look here, it wasn't this, was it? Yeah. This is where I was at with it before we got sidetracked. Not sidetracked, but moving on to the character stuff, which we would probably pick up here if we get to it today. Which is like if present, it was like location checking, but the issue with this one was location check enter. Location check was enter. So if we hit enter, for example, yeah, current position is 230 over 140, right? So it's able to read it. But then, like, if the global position ping matches house 1 or house 2, then it would say this is house 1 or house 2, or it would print the location as blank, right? So if we were to try to do it again, if I hit enter, it should say house 1, but it doesn't. It doesn't say house 1. So I think the way I thought matching was working was not how it works. All right, I shall hydrate. Thank you very much. What do you think, King? I don't have my MIDI keyboard out, so I can't make you speak. Well, thank you for coming in, Loam. Wonderful having you as always. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hopefully I'll see you Saturday. If not, I hope you have a wonderful week and weekend. Let's see. So I guess I didn't quite understand how this is working, but we're essentially kind of close to figuring this out. Anyway, we'll work on that in a second. Well, not in a second, in a bit. A little longer than a second. So, for those that don't know, this is a character checklist where we, instead of doing a decision tree, we just make sure that each character, we understand what they would do under fairly general but specific situations. I know those are two opposite words. Where it's like, okay, so we can make a bunch of different sub-narratives that could potentially happen depending on things happening. So like if the cultist the idea here is like, if let's say house number 5 here, right? If number 4 gets taken out, but number 5 did not, there is a chance or maybe there will be a time where it's like, oh cool, number 5 is now going to start sabotaging other nearby houses, and then but number 5 won't get touched, right? All right, have a good one, Reddy. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you as always. Have a wonderful week, and hopefully I'll see you Saturday. Let me know if you make any more Lego dinosaurs. And enjoy Terraria. Let's see. So now, yeah, basically. So how do they respond to authority? So we have like a news network that we will put out and as soon as when things start getting like very serious, our facility will then notify the news network to put out a emergency like signal, whatever, telling people to stay in their homes, don't let anyone inside, everything's gonna be fine. You know, like, if I don't think they would say like arm yourselves, but very much in the sense of like, do not go outside, do not let people in. There are people out there who are like, we have it handled, but like, I think the way that I'll probably paint it, especially in the beginning, is that they believe that there are these like murderers out there breaking into people's houses and spreading fear. So I'm not gonna say like terrorists, but probably like maybe cults. Cults were still pretty hot in early aughts, right? Where it's like, it could be a cult. Blah, 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 blah. So that we could do that, and basically just, you know, they're not gonna paint it like there are mimics in the forest, don't go outside. Like, first of all, no one's gonna believe you. Second, I don't think any of these guys are gonna think that until like near the end. How do they react to being attacked? When they survive an ambush. Kind of reminds me of Mandela Catalog. That's because it is inspired by it. So good clocking, because I love those kind of videos. I'm a huge fan of analog horror, so I love all that kind of awesome horror stuff. So yeah, Mandela Catalog adjacent kind of feel to it, is where this is kind of getting a lot of these things from. Let me get my wrist guard. I keep moving my wrist guard because I also use my desk to eat my food, and there's not enough room on my desk to have everything there. So sorry, before moving back to this, authority. News outlets responding to emergency personnel, how do they react? Do they follow instructions well? So the person who is just like, oh golly gee williker, I better do what the police say, they're always right. Like, oh, we better lock the doors, honey, put the blinds forward. Like, they're gonna do that, but then if the mimic pretends to be like a cop, they're more susceptible, right? They respond to authority very but they're not gonna let in their best friend from outside, because they're just like, I'm sorry, Jerry, I know you're probably just fine, but the TV said not to let anyone in. Please be home safe and call me when you get home. Like, that kind of deal, right? And then it's just like, oh, is that the police? I better open the door. Oh God, like that kind of deal. And then there's also like people who are going to be the opposite. I already have in mind where there's like a grouchy old man where he doesn't let anyone tell him what to do. In that case, it's actually good in some situations where if the news network place gets taken over by the mimics, we know the 911 operator place don't have control over it anymore, and suddenly the emergency broadcast says the opposite. Suddenly it's saying, hey, there are people out there that need help, please let people in if you hear them asking for help. It's like, how much sometimes do we choose as Legional Man, right? right? So like in that case, the old man would be like, I'm not letting anyone in my home. F those people. And then suddenly like everyone else, that first guy is just being like, well, I better go help my neighbor Jerry. I'll even step outside and call for them to make sure everything's okay. Like they're gonna immediately get completely taken over without ever calling 911. So which of these people, like depending on the scenario, you're gonna have two different people reacting in different ways based on the circumstances at hand. We're trying to allow. Also, kind of reminds me of The Purge, but that's because of all the hungry man can think about is food. Eat some food! Eat some food! Oh, whoops. Let's go ahead and do that. And then there's also, I also like the idea of like, sorry man, I was playing Call of Duty. I don't listen to the news, man. Just, I don't want to go straight into stereotypes every time, but having a high teenager play video games so they have no idea what the hell's going on is really funny to me. So that might still be in there. Actually, speaking of which, characters, we're adding that. This is a lot of nonsense. Let's just go ahead and just do boop. Automatic. The reason this was gray is before, for Excel, they didn't have a night mode. They didn't have a night mode until like last year, by the way, which is crazy. So what I had to do is that I had a black image, an image of just a black colored in square rectangle, and have that set as my background, and then change all the font to white. But now, there's a dark mode. So now that's what it looks like when it's that, because it's white becomes dark because it's dark mode. It inverses. Anyway, high school student who is just playing video games. Can we get a white mode reversal? What do you mean? As in dark mode in the game? Like in here? Excel is pure evil. How dare you? How dare you come into my home and blaspheme the name that is Excel? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Oh, to make Excel white. Oh. Sure. All right. This is your one warning. Look away. If you let's see. Is it in account? No. Here it is. This is your one warning. I know that wasn't it, but it did the job regardless. Excel works really well for my brain. My eyes! God, SpongeBob was such a good show. I reference at least one SpongeBob meme event a day. It ruined your maths education? How? How did it ruin your maths education? Excel during math class? Also, that's a follow-up question. Why did y'all have Excel for math? Back in my day, we just had the M63 calculator, the graphic calculators. I didn't have those fancy smancy ones you have nowadays where you can install Doom. Oh yeah, you had Python? I didn't even have Python. We just had old-ass calculators. This was before, like... Oh god, I know I am very much dating myself, so I apologize. I don't really want to apologize. Y'all are used to it at this point. When I went to school, it wasn't even a flip phone. It was a quick fire phone that the screen flipped like horizontally to reveal the keyboard. Like my phone didn't have a calculator. It wasn't a smartphone. It was a phone. It was a cell phone, but it wasn't a... What does quickfire mean? It's a type of phone. Hold on. Let's see. let's see here. Quick fire phone. Yeah, this is it. This was my first phone. That was it. Yeah. Yeah. It didn't have a calculator. It barely had texting. I don't even remember if it connected to the internet. I'm gonna be real. Like, look. Like, this is it. This is what I was working with when I was 16. AKA, like, 18 years ago. It does kind of look like a calculator. The calculator that I had was this. Was this bad boy. Oh, no, I don't want to buy anything. This guy. It cost like $90, which was crazy back then. It was crazy expensive. But this was it. This was the graphic calculator that we had. This was it. So y'all with your fancy smancy Python and Excel, how dare you come into my house? I would have loved Excel. Are you kidding me? But I get it. Math's not for everybody. Excel's not for everybody. It's really good for my kind of brain. I have an Excel sheet for Slime Rancher, for crying out loud. Which, by the way, I got the Slime Rancher like expanded look appearance DLC. I believe I did anyway. So we'll need to go back and do that one day, and do another spreadsheet with the new forms from the DLC, and rate them accordingly. I needed one for engineering maths. Exactly. Yeah. Also, I would love to go back and finish making my Slime Rancher Dodo Slime OC for all the different combinations. That would be kind of cool to kind of go back again and just make those for all the different types. It would be a fun little drawing exercise. I did use Python on calculator a lot. I even made a blackjack script for when I was bored. You're so talented, Geese. Let's see, when I was doing this, what would I have cared about? This might come off the wrong way, and I apologize if it does, but I didn't care because I was too busy being obsessed with my girlfriend. I'm gonna be real. I was in a relationship from sophomore year all the way through high school and college into the first, like, and then it just ended partially into grad school. So I did not care about anything else but my girlfriend at the time. God, it's so ugly. I cringe whenever I look at it. That means growth. That means growth. But the reason I apologized for it is just because, like, it definitely comes off of like, while you were coding your calculator, I was having a girlfriend. Like, you kind of came off like, I was talking to girls while you were coding calculators. So that's why. I mean, I was in love. I don't regret it. I really don't. Should I have broken up with him before that we did? 100%. But I'm not gonna front myself for doing everything I can for the person I loved. That is not something I'm willing to hate on myself for. So, but yeah. Maybe that's a good discussion for another day. Look how I turned out. Coda calculators, and now I talk to boys. Hell yeah! Let's go! It's like, why not both? Why not both? Imagine talking to boys. Can't be me. I probably should say men. I should probably say men. That gave a wrong impression that I wanted it to be. Imagine talking to men. Can't be me. Boys feels too young. That feels too young. I just draw a thing about dinosaurs. I'm a simple thing. Listen. That's based as hell. I was obsessed with dinosaurs until I was about 13, and then I wish I believed in myself more. And that's what I've kind of realized as being in my 30s now, is when I was like 13, I started doubting that I would be able to like make a living off of being a paleontologist, because I wanted to be a paleontologist until I was 13, and I then started to think about going into being a doctor and combining Western and Eastern medicine, and then I was just kind of going into science because I knew I could make a living off of science and raise a family being a scientist. And I decided to choose the safe route of being a scientist instead of a game designer after that. There's so many parts to it where I'm just like, you know what? I think I betrayed myself a little bit. I think I took the safe decision, not believing that I could make it. That I would be able to make a living off of it. And there's a little bit of regret in that. But it's never too late to turn it around, which is essentially what I'm doing now, in a way, where I'm combining art, my love with dinosaurs again, and we're making a game. Like, we're doing all the stuff that we compromised on in the past for the sake of safety. And it's strange. It's strange when I look at the world and how chaotic and awful is a bad word, but awful in a lot of ways. The first thing that I want to do is take risks. When safety is no longer really an option, or the safe option's not really an option anymore, you're just like, well, fuck it. Let's just do whatever it is that we really want to do. And I still haven't really managed to find a way to balance both. Not really. Because as amazing as this is, it doesn't pay the bills. I need to find a way to pay the bills that won't burn me out. So, I don't know. But only thing I do know is that y'all are going to be with me during the journey. That is if you want to be with me during the journey. It's not like you have no choice. We now making websites that go off of the Big O scale, but not in the good way. They suck up a pool of water whenever they're visited. Oh no! So I used inner HTML in my code and prayed no users will ever try to copy paste code in it. I don't even know what that means. What language does he speak in chat? King, help me out here. I can't move King. I lost him. King, help me out. King, what does he say? King, no, King, get back here. King, help me, King, help me. King, no, King. Oh my gosh. I don't know why that's funny to me, but it is. Oh man. All right. High school student who was just playing video games. Boom. All right. So like, didn't even have the TV on, so he wasn't even aware. He wasn't answering the phone call. He only answers the door if he called the if he again. Oh, hold on. So character checkboxes, and then character narratives. So the idea here is this, right? Character checkboxes are things that we want to make sure that we check when making a character, being like, cool, how do they respond to this, and this? That covers all of our bases. Let's just have fun with the narrative. And then character narratives are, okay, what is going to happen throughout the night for them? Like, imagine, okay, close your eyes. You see a beach, and suddenly now we're in a horror video game. Just like whiplash your brain. It's the fact that if the night was gonna go normal, or not even normal, but like, what's the kind of overarching narrative arc we want to give these people before they die? I like the idea for we're gonna say weed teenager. In this case, let's just say, you know what? Let's a little more subtle. High schooler. That's funny. I like that. So if someone wanted to say access the user database, it could very easily. Oh, gotcha. So AKA security is an issue. So character, high schooler, which again, I think it's funny to say it that way, is plays video games most of the night. Eventually orders pizza. Then passes out. Not the most riveting of storylines that we have going on so far for this guy, but that's kind of the point. Well, that's not the point. But in this case, it's like, cool. So he plays video games most of the night, so he's not going to have access to any of the stuff that's happening right now. He's not going to be answering his phone. He's not going to be looking at the news. He's just going to be playing Call of Duty, whatever. Call of Duty Shoot-A-Man. And then eventually he orders a pizza. So he is expecting a pizza to arrive. So he is gonna open the door when he hears the door knock or something. It can even be like a timing thing where it's like, cool, if he, after a certain amount of houses that's been taken over, he will like order a pizza, and then he's susceptible of being attacked or susceptible of being tricked of somebody trying to get in, and then passes out, aka non-responsive, right? Make the mimic that gets him a comically large pizza. What is this? A damn wait, is it called a mimic in D&D? Yeah, it is a mimic in D&D. Yeah, just a D&D version of the mimic where it just has teeth, and it's just like he reaches for the slice, the pizza like grows teeth like from the thing and just eats his arm off. He's like, oh man. Slime Rancher? What about Slime Rancher? Are you saying he's playing Slime Rancher? If funny, if true. That would be a game that would be fun. I think if you were what's a good way of putting it? Taking recreative assistance. Bad trip ending is really funny. We could totally like mess with this, right? We could totally mess with this because here's the thing. We're making the narrative in such a way where if they survive to the end, you get their quote unquote last call. You get to see their final moments. They get to talk about it. They know they're the last ones. And so, last ones besides the main character, of course. So we have to think of a way to so that's another one. That's another checkbox. How did they react to being the last one? Right? So how essentially do they die? In this case, is it like, if they're the last ones, are they just passed out with a half-eaten pizza in one hand and the a game stream going, and then the window busts, it just breaks from the outside and they just get ambushed? Or is it does he sober up and he becomes fully aware of what's happening and it's just not a good time? Or does he think he's way too high and his drugs got laced with something and he thinks that it's all in a hallucination or a bad trip? That would be kind of interesting. Oh, I thought of something. This is kind of combining with some of the other things that I've not interacted with, but have seen before. Have y'all ever seen the short content for people who have schizophrenia, and they utilize the video cameras that they have set up to help see if the people that they're talking to are real or not. It's really creepy and very interesting. But basically it's, I think it would be kind of cool to see if the Leslie, his narrative and final moments. So I'm kind of liking the idea of the final moments is that thinks he is way too high, and his treat was laced. So he heard that you can help root yourself to reality by recording the supposed hallucination, as it wouldn't appear on the screen. However, in this case, it does. Like, that's the idea, where he's just like, oh man, it's like, I think there's something wrong. I keep hearing stuff over here. I keep hearing screamings outside, and there's something rummaging around here. So I'm gonna, and then like you hear, like his, like he has like a old school video camera. You know what I mean? In the early aughts, where you have like a handheld camera similar to like recording Christmas videos, and oh, by the way, Dragon, we're talking about the quote-unquote high schooler, haha, aka a high schooler who was high, and I'm exploring the idea of like, well, what would his final moments look like? And I gave the example of people who record themselves when they have schizophrenic episodes, where to help determine the hallucinations aren't real. They record, and then because they would see them in real life, but they wouldn't see them in the camera. And it's also the same for a dog, by the way. I did see one where it's like they're talking, but the dog has been trained to react to people in a certain way. So if the dog isn't reacting, then they're not real. It's a similar kind of mindset. So he kind of has like this handheld thing, and he's like, yeah, I saw on the internet that it helps root. It's like it helps you know what hallucinations are real or not by if it's not real, it wouldn't be on the screen. And then you see like these glints in the darkness of the mimic being right there, and then it was like, see, I see something. I see something right in the darkness there. And then he looks. You can hear him look down at the handheld camera. And you hear his like breath get like quicker as he realizes he sees it in the camera too, and he's just like, oh shit, and then you see him like turn around and try to run away, and then you hear the thing like just chase after him from behind and then kill him off camera. Like I like that. I like the idea where he's just like, he thinks it's a bad trip. So bad trip ending, Piranha, good suggestion. I like that recording. I like that train of thought, and again it's just like a character that's almost a non-factor for most of the game because he's a non-participant. But I think it's important to have non-participants in these situations. One, it's easier for us as designers or game devs to be like, hey, we don't have to worry about him responding to things. So I think it's good. So how they react to being the last one, reason, depending on the reaction, will influence the last recording. There you go. We're spoiling Queen again. Classic. Wait, why isn't this moving it forward? Okay, no, it is now. Weird. Let us what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to an quick ad break. So I'm gonna try to power through it. I kind of need to go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna see if I can hold it until the end of the stream. So I'll be right back. Be sure to drink some water, eat some food, go to the bathroom if you need to. I'm streaming, so I kind of have to hold it. Oh man. All right. Let's see here. What will they say when they are last? This will determine. Oh, this is the same thing. This is the same thing that I wrote the same thing twice. Come on, man. This will determine said and how it's represented at the end of the game. Answer. Probably shouldn't what? Probably shouldn't what? Let's see. This will determine the set and how it's represented at the end of the game. Examples. Examples. Sorrow, relief, disbelief, kind of like that. Sorrow, or relief, or disbelief. So this, what will they say when they are last? What will they do / say when they are last? And this will determine how to set it and how it's represented at the end of the game. Yeah, so that's just oopsies. But sorrow, relief, and disbelief. So, for example, for our high schooler, hold on for another hour. We'll see. We'll see. It's number 2, so like, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, I don't want y'all to sit for a while, but at the same time, if it becomes an issue, I will go. I am not gonna be like, where's my stream diaper? Like that's not a thing. Even though it's a funny joke. But you know, we'll see. We shall see how it goes. But yeah, I'm not gonna sacrifice my health. It's just kind of one of those things where it's just like, well, your body's saying one thing, but you're good. It's similar to like, what's the word? What's a good comparison? If we were on a road trip, I would be saying it to the driver to keep an eye out for like the next like bus stop and the next like, not bus stop, but like the next when possible. Like, it's not in anything problematic. So, yeah. So this will say how it's represented: sorrow, belief, and disbelief, right? And then the character narratives of the high schooler, where he plays video games with a night, orders pizza, and then passes out. But then he believes that it's his treat has been laced. So any other checkboxes that we think? So we talked about the authority one. How do they react to being attacked? AKA surviving an ambush, because I think that's really important too. So every single one of these guys, right, is either gonna be, we're either gonna be wrong and then they die, or we're gonna be right and then they survive. It's like, okay, well, what happens when they live? They essentially had their home broken into with a creature that we are not going to tell the player what they look like. I'm still sticking with that, by the way, for now. And in which the police have to go in, save them, or, and I think we mentioned this before too, I think we're going to have some people have the ability to have guns in the home, and there's a chance for them to defend themselves. I don't know if we're gonna make it so that any of them have the ability to defend themselves. Like, if you get it wrong, there isn't 100% chance in which like it will just get taken over. There is a chance that they fight them off on their own. Because in my mind, the reason that you send the cops is because they have guns. Obviously, this is America, and that's what gets them to run away. That kind of gets them to leave, right? So it wouldn't make any sense then that in this small town in rural America that there wouldn't be at least some people who already owned guns that were able to get to said guns and defend themselves appropriately. So I don't know. Should that be a question? Let's add it for now. We'll remove it if we need to. Are they already armed? Reason makes certain places have a chance to defend themselves. The reason that I'm hesitant for that is because I'm trying to think of it from the mindset of somebody who really understands the game really well, in the sense that it's like, cool, I don't have to worry about these houses as much as others because there's a chance that they would defend themselves even if I don't send anyone. So I will gamble that they do defend themselves and send it to other places that need more priority. Though that does kind of add more to the complexity, is that something that I want to give the player the ability to kind of understand and manipulate? That I don't know. Answer examples: has a gun and defeats the mimic on their own. Has a gun and defeats. Doesn't have one and dies. Right. So that's a potential thing. I feel like that's kind of a bit of a small answer, because the rest of these are like, how do they respond to authority? And it's like reject, like on maybe we could do like a 1 to 5 scale. Already armed is a 2 scale. Do they have gun? Yes or no? Well, I guess it could be like more like a 3 scale, where it's like 0, they're adamant against guns. They're like, oh, in my home? My good golly Jilliker, I didn't know, I don't have any such thing in my home. And then the other one's just like, yeah, that's Betty over there on that wall. We make sure that we have of course, the safety zone, but whenever we have a child, we make sure that the revolver sleeps with them so that they grow together. Right? There's a level here between like none and just like it's part of their whole personality. It's their whole thing. So I think there's like a 3 where it's like there's 3 of them. So it's 0, 2, and then 1 is like we have one, but it's in a lock safe. And kids don't touch it. Like I feel like a significant number of gun owners, by the way, are in the 1 section, but like you need to there's at least some level of representation here. Let's see here. Let's add another one here then as far as scale. Let's say 5-point scale for the emergency personnel, a 3-point scale from being armed, because there's another thing too where it's like, okay, well, what if, would you say that a place, let's say a home, let's say a family home, parents don't want guns in their home, understandably, there's kids in the house, but the son is in baseball, so there's a baseball bat in the house. Is it really a 0 on the defend yourselves? I'm poking holes in my own shit, but that's kind of the point. Context. So we're talking about the question of, are the people already armed? Do they have access to be able to defend themselves? Because we talked about before how some people we're going to go ahead and give the ability that they have a gun already in the house, and they're able to defend themselves, or possibly defend themselves depending on the situation. Makes the places have a chance to defend themselves. So it's like, okay, cool. If they are notified and like what about knives? Knives is also good. Knives is also solid. But like, so like a good example of a zero might be Cat Lady. Cat Lady is just a blind old woman with a bunch of cats. I don't even think she would have knives. Like, that's why I kind of moved from a 3-point to a 5-point. Like, how likely are they gonna be able to defend themselves? I think is a question that needs to be understood. Are we overcomplicating it by introducing the ability of them being able to possibly defend themselves? Or would it add, like, okay, so there's a complexity versus depth ratio when it comes to game design that you need to keep in mind. You want to make things super simple, but really you want the least complicated and the most depth as possible, right? That's what you want. That's what you want to try to aim for. So if we are overcomplicating it with the ability for them to be able to defend themselves, simple but scalable is how I would put it. Exactly. With like a chainsaw or a crowbar, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, do they have access to a chainsaw? Do they have access to a crowbar? Do they have access to knives? Do they have access to guns? Do these people have the ability to defend themselves? And if we say no, they can't properly defend themselves, we need to then give a narrative reason why they aren't able to do so. Why is it that when the police arrive with guns, is it now they get to be saved? Versus them having the guns, they can save themselves. You know what I'm saying? What is it that makes, so like originally the reason is because they're ambush predators. You're not prepped. It just happens. But a part of this is like like news outlets. It's like, cool, there's people going around breaking into people's houses. You've been informed that people are breaking into the houses. You own a gun, and there are people breaking in. You are okay. Let's paint this mindset. This is in rural America, right? The news outlet that you barely even trust says, "Hey, there are people breaking into people's houses and hurting people. Please don't let people in." And then the person who watches it is a doom prepper. They are a prepper. For those that don't know what that is, these are the people that like have electric sources off the grid. They have a nuclear bunker. They are like so like very prepped for things to go wrong. Do you really think that they aren't going to immediately arm themselves, go into their bunker / like safe room and point the gun at the door? I would think so. That would make no sense that they would just be like, "Oh, they caught off guard. Oopsie daisy. He's dead." Because it's like, how? The man is a prepper. He could have gotten he could survive a nuclear blast, but not an ambush predator? What are you talking about? Like, there's a certain level of disbelief when it comes to every single person that aren't able to defend themselves. So on one hand, it does overcomplicate things, but another, we have to like reason our way through it a bit. That it's like, cool, we need to approach this in a way that kind of answers those concerns to not create like the dispersion of disbelief, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, I got ripped out of this story because you, in order to move this forward, you did something that doesn't make any sense. You know those things that that like a lot of stories do, a lot of movies do. Games are especially heinous for this, where it's like the character acts out of character, but that's because they're trying to move the narrative forward, and you just like sit there and roll your eyes like, oh, okay, great, super, not good thing. Well, I guess I don't know why they asked this thing, but we had to go somewhere, I guess. Like it's I want to avoid that as much as possible, which is why we're going through this. Aggressive cats, that's funny. The current thing with the cat lady is that her cats slowly get replaced by mimics. I really do like that narrative because I mention it every time. Because the mimics pretend to be cats. Until you send a cop over there, and then you find out that the house is infested with mimics, and then yeah. Oh man, you know what? What if we did that? Hold on. What if the character narrative for cat lady narrative is blind woman just feeds her cats as they slowly get replaced by mimics. I think the final moment is from a cop camera investigating the area, only to find the mimic nest and get attacked, while the lady thinks that the cats are attacking the cop. Just like, guys, no, it's just a cop, he's fine. And then it's just like a mimic tearing into a person. It's just like a bunch of mimics. Well, yes, but keep in mind, you need to make it still playable, so implementation might be unreasonable due to workload or impossible to manually one as one Dodo. That, like, understandable, right? But that, how do I say this? I don't think I could say this subtly. I don't think people give a shit. If there is a loophole, if there is a forced narrative, I don't think people may be more excusable, but I think people for the most part aren't going to be like, oh, it's okay because one person made this. You know? I don't think people are going to excuse what is, I would consider, bad writing. If I was fresh eyes on a situation, on a game, and then I'm like, how is this Doom prepper being ambushed in the middle of his house after being informed that, hey, they shouldn't trust people, when they already don't trust people? I call bullshit. That would rip me out of it. I would say that's just bad writing. Maybe I'm too tough on people, including myself, especially myself. But let's try to think it through. Let's think it a little bit through then. Maybe not something to the point of like knives matter. Maybe we just go into the aspect of, is there a gun? Maybe it's to the point where it's just like, blunt force doesn't work on these things, which is why the cops matter. Like, we need to figure out a way where it's like to explain why cops work, but normal people don't. And one of those things is there a gun in the house? And if the answer is yes, then there is a chance for them to survive. And that's it. Because here's the thing. Let me paint you the full picture, right? This game isn't just house gets attacked, people call 911, you send people over, that's it. Even though that's how I've been describing the whole thing up to this point. It's also situations of house gets attacked, they don't get to call 911. If Jimmy Bob from next door comes over, and I'm put that in major air quotes, and who they are best friends with, and they're worried about their behavior, and they open the door and they live alone, and then they get attacked by a mimic and they proceed to die. There's no 911 call. They're just dead. Like, that's already been something that we're kind of already explored the idea of, which is situations where a house gets taken over and you are not notified as the player. You do not know because it's a big plot hole, honestly. The only thing I can think of that police uses something that makes regenerating more difficult, but then that would make it so that the police has to know what a mimic is and its weakness. Exactly. I think so. Like, already the mimic, there are already situations in which a 911 would not be called. So if that was the case and they happen to have a gun, they may have been armed enough or be in a situation enough where they are able to shoot it away so it goes away. So then there is a 911 call being like, hey, someone broke into my house, and then like this thing broke into my house, it escaped through my window. Right? So now you know. Okay, so they can't defend it if normal Joe has a gun with it. Right. So I'm thinking, but then there's also the narrative implications of why does nothing but guns work on it? Is it immune to blunt and slashing damage? If you take a spiked bat, is it immortal? Like, it's able to survive essentially gunshots because these things don't die, as a reminder. Like, none of these, there won't be a body at the end of this game that is one of the mimics. Like, there are no mimics at the end of this that will be seen. So, like, that means these things were barely wounded, if at all. Is it a sound thing where was it just the loud noise that scared them off? And if that's the case, we're slipping really steep into whatever that, like the Silence or whatever the movie is, where they just like make loud music and then they get stunned or whatever. And if that's the case, they should just play loud music all the time. Like, there's a lot of different things where one answer leads to other problems. Maybe because objects inside of them happen to make regeneration more difficult and guns are illegal outside of their for police officers. We're planning on this being in America. So unfortunately, I don't think the illegal outside of police officers is gonna fly. As much as I'd like to be able to like say like, yeah, no, it's illegal, it's not my problem anymore. Even if it was illegal, there would be people who would own it. Oh, yeah. So let's nail this down. Let's nail it down. Maybe the cops have a list of violent armed people who they get called on, who the players won't hesitate to attack an intruder. Interesting. Because I think the cops would know who was armed and who wasn't. Which means you, the player, would have access to the information to know who is armed and who isn't. That's an interesting point, Ludo. I like where you're kind of coming in from. So we would know if they were armed. So we are given information of, because you wouldn't tell the cops you own a bat or a kitchen knife. It's like, why can't emergency personnel not know the weakness of a mimic? Mostly because the emergency personnel or anyone in this game has any idea what the hell we're dealing with. We know that guns work at like them running out of the house. That's as far as they get to know. They don't know anything else. So it's a lack of information for both the player and the people in the narrative. They just don't know. There's just no way of knowing. because they're just busy trying to survive, and they're like, okay, guns work, let's just get more of those, let's just keep using those. Then that also brings the question of like, okay, at what point do we just arm the rest of the emergency personnel? Let's say the reason you don't arm the rest of the emergency personnel is because this is a small town and there's only a certain amount of bullets. There's not enough storage of them. And we are adding a gun store to the game. The game does have, like, one of the key locations that is defensible is a gun store. Because it's a small town in rural America. There's going to be a gun store. And an alcohol store. Was it next to each other? I hope not. Let's put a pin in it. Let's put a pin in it for now. For now, we're gonna consider, as far as defensibility, as far as certain people being more defending of others. Narratively, it would make sense. But as far as interaction, as far as decision making, it may be too overwhelming. The only way I could think of is change policemen to mimic exterminators who deter mimics but not kill them, because there's no such thing as a way to kill the mimics. While it breaks some of the mystery, it at least patches the hole that would make sense what they might know their weakness. Maybe. Again, we'll put a pin in it. We'll think about it. Let's move forward. Are they already armed? We're going to replace this with, can they defend themselves? Right. Because there's certain levels, right? There's certain levels of, like, there's a difference. There is also just a difference between a young, super strong 6'5" man being ambushed and a 5'2" 98-year-old woman being attacked and ambushed. You know what I mean? There are certain caveats and levels to this where I have not previously considered, as far as like, hey, these are different people. They're obviously ambushing and tricking them in different ways that are catered to each individual person, which makes a lot of sense from a at least seemingly intelligent ambush predator. But yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. That reminds me, I had to write an essay for my English class where I had to pretend to be an American and wrote that I was the owner of a gun shop. Honestly, funny. I would say it's stereotypical. It is, but it's still funny. All right. So can they defend themselves? That's a little. We're gonna actually put like a little asterisk here, just a little, boop, just to let me know, like, hey, this is one of those ones where we need to kind of pick apart a little more, where we need to make compromises on the actual like gameplay aspect, and then explain it through narrative as far as the reasoning behind it. Right? We can have as many restrictions as we want, but we need to make it make sense. That's kind of the whole point. Is like, as long as we can make it make sense, we can do whatever the heck we want. We can make it so that no one has a gun because it's a turn in your gun day in the town hall, where everyone's just like, yeah, we do gun cleaning, so if you give us your guns for... hopefully I won't get flagged by saying that word too much. And like, we'll clean it, and then so no one has it, so then it's just all in one place, and then these mimics attack. We could go down that route. That's stupid, in my opinion, but like, that's an example of narrative reasoning where if we could think of a good reason enough for it, we can make it happen. Anyway, how do they react to being attacked? So, ignoring the possibility of defending yourself, after someone gets attacked, there needs to be like, how do people react when someone is broken into their home? And there is a certain level to that, because when you right, I mean, I think, to at least what I would think is that word is probably flagged to a certain degree, as far as like safe for like advertisers, or like limited viewing as far as the algorithm is concerned, especially if you say it a certain amount of times. So that's kind of one of those things where it's like you can't curse a whole lot, and it's the same with there are certain words you probably can't say without it being considered like political in nature, and I think that might be one of those words. So we'll just avoid saying it. Granted, at this point it's probably too late, but whatever. So like when you look at people who survive a house break-in, right, people have different reactions to that, and they're not a lot of them are very subtle. So for a lot of people, they just don't feel safe in their own home, understandably. For some, that feeling of helplessness can really get to them in some ways, and different people react in different ways. So example, getting weapons, boarding up, going to loved ones' houses. Like they're like, hey, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, for instance, okay, let's ask the question. Let's put this to the not general public, but community public. If you were in a situation where a mimic tried to break into your home, this thing that pretended to be something attacked you, so you went into the bathroom, locked the door, it's like banging on the door, you call 911, people, like the police come in, shoot them, they leave, they manage to convince you that they're real, and you open the door and it's the police, you give your 2 cents of what happened, and then they leave. What do you do? What do you as a person do at that point? No, you wouldn't. Let's say you survive. In this scenario, you just auto survive. Like, let's say you're lucky enough that you managed to get into a small crawl space that they couldn't reach or whatever. Like, who knows what these things look like, but just painting the picture of you survive this, police leave. What do you do after that? I have difficulty thinking like that I would stay there. I would probably leave. Because I'm like, I don't know how it got in, but I imagine they could probably get in the same way unless I find it. I think that would be the first thing I would do. I think the first thing I would do is I'd figure out how they got in and like retrace their steps to be like, how did they even get here in the first place? Like, similar to like if I see like a mouse or something and I'm like, cool, where's the hole? It's kind of like that, where it's just like, I had an unwanted intruder, how did they get in? And then I would kind of see how they went about it, and if it was something that was manageable to fix, I would like, okay, cool, I need to get something to like fix these holes, and then be like, okay, cool, so now I think I'm gonna be a boarding up person in this scenario. I think I would board up. I don't think I would want to. It's not like that I wouldn't want to leave. Yeah, going to loved ones, submitting to vices is a good one then. So your first thought is like alcohol. It's kind of like, I need to treat myself, I need to calm my nerves mentality, where it's just like, I need to push this down a bit. I need to escape a bit. So they look for an escape of this event. I also think there's going to be a decent amount of people who are going to be in denial of what happened. You know, where they're just like, they just kind of sit there and be like, no, that wasn't a mimic. That was like a raccoon. And then the police are just like, a raccoon? Like, slashed open your door. It was a big raccoon. It might have been a bear. You know what I mean? Like, people have a weird when it comes to emergency, life-threatening situations. Do not underestimate how prevalent the human brain is at protecting itself from itself. Denial is very strong in people when it comes to shit going down in a very bad way. Where they're just like, oh yeah, no, that wasn't real. Or I dreamed that, or that didn't happen, or that was a bear. Like, there's like weird loopholes that the brain will find of that. But yeah, getting out too. First, maybe you can drink that in the car to your sister. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, probably like going to loved ones' houses. Hold on. Denial. Being picked up by loved ones. Other people staying there, because that's another thing too. Let's say it's a teenager, right? Let's say it's a teenager. Not I'm saying that adults don't also do this. Let's say it's a teenager. Let's say it's a young girl. She calls her boyfriend, like, just sobbing, just being like, I don't feel safe. Can I stay over? And then the boyfriend's just like, no. Like, my parents will not let you stay here. And it's like, my mom, like, they don't even know that, like, we're going out. Granted, you know, adults would allow a girl to stay at their house more than likely, but teenagers are teenagers. No offense to anyone who are a teenager, by the way. By the way, if you're a teenager, I'm sorry. But there are certain things, as far as like a good way to paint it is the teenagers that are in an abandoned building to drink and smoke, and then they lose their little brother that they're supposed to keep an eye on. They will call the cops before they tell their parents, because they don't want to get in trouble, and they will beg to not get in trouble. they'll beg not to tell their parents. that's real. So it's the same kind of mentality where it's just like, my parents, I'm gonna stay with you. So the boyfriend would sneak out of their house to then go to their crying girlfriend's house to support her. Right? So now you have a situation where this teenage boy is out and about during a like mimic situation, and now she's expecting her boyfriend to show up. That's another opportunity for a mimic situation to happen, right? So all these things can happen, which is why it's important to ask these questions of, like, we can create these little sub-narratives of what's happening. And, well, also, here's an idea, because we haven't fully agreed on, like, how we want this to be represented. I know that I said, like, this is going to be strictly an audio situation in which they use context clues and environmental clues to be able to paint the narrative of what has happened. But at the end of the game, do we want a written description of what went down? In a way where it's like, oh, by the way, all this happened and you weren't aware of it, but it was happening in the background of the game. So, for example, the girlfriend boyfriend situation, where you had a girlfriend call a boyfriend. The boyfriend was trying to come over there because they just got attacked, but the boyfriend ends up being killed on the way. The girlfriend expected the boyfriend to show up. The mimic pretended to be the boyfriend. She opens the window or door or whatever, gets killed by the other mimic, and all you were aware of was that the teenage girl that you saved ended up being dead at a certain point, and you weren't really sure how. You know what I mean? What do you mean by Plague Inc? Oh, it's kind of like a written word as it's happening. Like the different countries is just like almost like the lines and stuff passing where it's like this got transferred over here. And then like this one got like coughed on, like that kind of deal. Interesting. Maybe. I don't really know. I think it would be interesting. I'm hesitant to put it in written word because that sounds complicated in the sense of it's one thing to logic our way through it. We also don't want to fall into the age-old trap of narrative design, which is to explain too much. A lot of times, and I mean a lot of times, you want to leave the interpretation to the reader and the player. You leave it open-ended on purpose. You leave it open. You let them fill in the gaps themselves. They're like, well, how did she die then? I don't know how she died. Oh, maybe this happened. Or, oh, maybe this happened. Like, and we want to really play into that. We want to create situations where a lot of stuff is happening in the background, but you aren't informed of it. So to then turn around at the very end of the game being like, well, we're going to let you know to see if you're right or not. It would be, could be fun. Oh, you're fine. You're absolutely fine, Ludo. Listen, if you need to go to bed, by all means, do so. And just know that I've, very much enjoyed your time here. And I hope you have a wonderful week. If you end up leaving, if not, you're free to stay for as long as you want. After all, this is also only going on for like 15 more minutes anyway, so it's not like you're gonna miss too much. But yeah, take a nap, take a power nap, and then get some artistic more those juices flowing, so you can go beyond your art block. So yeah, how being attacked, defending, like getting weapons, knowing that they defend themselves, boarding up and reinforcing their environment, going to loved ones' houses, submitting to vices, full-blown denial, being picked up by loved ones, aka okay, do they go to someone else's house, someone else comes pick them up and then comes back to their house, and other people going to their house are all different scenarios that could be played upon, right? So I think that's very important as far as how they would go about it. So so the example with the boyfriend-girlfriend situation, the answer to this question is if they were attacked, the boyfriend would probably go to like getting weapons, where it's just like we need to be able to defend ourselves. But that we can also have also really, really important. What relationships do they have? That is so important. Yeah, I'm dead. Go to bed. Fun stream. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. You have a wonderful night. Get some sleep, and I hope you have a wonderful week. Again, thanks for stopping by, and thank you for sharing the art that you got. That was also super great. What relationships do they have? So, like, this will, this is like, partners, neighbors, positive and negative. Like, these are things where it's like, okay, cool. If they, like, the boyfriend girlfriend, they have the link of, hey, if I get attacked, we're gonna go and get like weapons, and then we're gonna take turns, like, just we're gonna patrol our home and make sure that nobody gets in, right? Which is gonna make trying to take over that house even more difficult, which is why that we were gonna have quote unquote resistances to the spread. So for those that weren't here for that whole part. We were going to add resistances to the spread so that it's not completely random, where it's like the choice of which place to go to is influenced by certain behaviors, aka it's if they're a 9 here, they technically could go to 1, but in my mind they can't go to 1 really. They would much more likely want to go to the shopping center or general store more than the 1. So that means there's like resistances. If we could play with the resistances, it would also allow that people that board up or get weapons are less likely to be taken over by the mimic. Like as far as being chosen, they could tell they would have more of a choice in decision making as far as where they decide to go. It could also be something that we would link to the difficulty of the mimic, but that feels like something that we need to. I think I went away from it in the sense of MVP, minimum viable product. It seems like something a little bit extra that adds a lot to the game that I want to add, but it's not a core part of the game that necessarily needs to be there from the beginning. Going to loved ones. So like having loved ones to go to is also an example of if they don't have a good relationship that of anyone that's still alive. Let's say they only have one family, like one family. Let's say, so example, let's say, someone here, right? And 1, the only family members they have is over an 8. The story is going to change pretty drastically, not drastically, but it's going to change depending if 8's already been taken over or not. If they know that 8 is gone, has been like taken by, like they're dead, they don't have anywhere to go. So they're not going to leave. But if 8 is alive and healthy and haven't been taken over, then they would move, which means this house is now empty, which means we now can treat it as something that anything from this house is non-negotiable, right? Not non-negotiable, but most likely a mimic. Like those little things can pile up, and decisions can pile up to create a different narrative from people's gameplay perspective. So surviving that, do they have loved ones nearby? Mother crapper. Okay, I'm repeating myself again. What relationships do they have? Okay, we're just gonna do trick people into opening the door, friendly neighbor, child living nearby, hermit, etc. So nearby slash it's actually I think it's different. I think that's different enough. Oh boy. There we go. I think that's different enough. Okay, so here's my thinking. Because do they have any loved ones nearby? Maybe we can trick people into opening the door. Reason, positive and negative. Let's do this. Relationships do they have? Willingness to experience danger varies depending on certain may vary if it's specific people, right? So friendly neighbor, child is like partners, neighbors, positive and negative, positive relationships, connections, friends slash enemies, friends of children. Okay, you know how like in a tight knit neighborhood, the children are friends, so then the parents know each other, like that kind of deal. Hermit, aka so we're just gonna straight up just delete this one. I can't believe I'm redoing it. That's so funny. Like the hermit is the idea of like, okay, let's say there's a person that doesn't really have like anyone that lives nearby that they're friends with. It's gonna be a lot more difficult putting them into dangerous situations that the mimics can take advantage of. There's gonna be there a lot less to hear from. So another good example of a relationship one of from a narrative perspective is the mimicry of a VHS recording with where we mentioned about a recently widowed woman who was watching, like they're still grieving of their dead husband, and they were watching their old VHS of their wedding, and then she hears out in her bedroom down the hall the same voice of her dead husband from the VHS, and I thought that was really scary and effective as far as it being able to mimic recorded audio, which also gives a strange implication of what we're hearing in the game as far as their quote-unquote last recording, right? Because it could be that what we're listening to is actually a mimic replaying it for us, right? Which is kind of cool. And so as far as relationships go, that plays a big factor of what we can mess with, in the sense that what the mimics can mess with and interact with. And then last but certainly not least is what will they do / say when they are last. In that particular way, we've kind of discussed this before, as far as this will determine how the last bit of the last recording that they make, at the end of the rope, how will they accept it? So sorrow, relief, disbelief, acceptance, how the guy. So for instance, the cult guy, which by the way would be the cult guy would be a reaction of how do they react to being attacked. Surviving an ambush, this would also be sabotage. Sabotage would be the cult guy. The cult guy, his reaction to being attacked would be to sabotage other people so that he could live. Right? So that in itself is also interesting as far as how we want to go about it. And we want to kind of make sure that these people, for the most part, have different responses to these throughout. Not in the sense of they can't ever overlap. Not necessarily like that. But just whatever. Sorrow, relief, disbelief, acceptance, and just very much of how do these people react to such an extreme situation? Their personality. Are they impatient? Are they angry? Are they reactive? I guess a good way of also putting. Ooh, this is actually pretty good one. I don't think this would have fallen under any of these categories. How do they react to when scared / stressed? I think that's important. When things because how do they respond to authority? How do they defend themselves? How do they react to being attacked? What relationship do they have? And how do they say when they are almost essentially the last one alive? That doesn't explain how do they react when shit's hitting the fan. When shit hits the fan. Shit hits the fan. Hold on. The letter doing the opposite, didn't have it responding to emergency personnel. So so some examples would be anger, blame, disbelief, impulsive decisions, overcautiousness. Like, there's a lot of different ways people react to things are not going as planned. Anxiety, overwhelm, like you're having a panic attack. Like, it's like, hey, cool, we made this release saying that people are breaking into homes, and now Auntie May has proceeded to have a panic attack and needs an ambulance. Like that kind of deal. You know what I mean? Or maybe they are aware that their mother has a heart problem, so they turn off the TV as to not scare her and cause her to have a heart attack. Like that stuff matters. That kind of stuff really matters. So how big when it hits the fan determines the next step on how they act and influence other relationships. So in the case of the boyfriend, for example, the boyfriend is defensive when pushed. They become reactive. They become impulsive. They go for, we need a gun. I'm going to go to my girlfriend's house in the middle of the night without telling my parents so that I don't get in trouble. Like, these are impulsive. These are stressed, impulsive people. Like that person is stressed, is impulsive and defensive and all that other kind of stuff. So defensive, right? And then some are, disbelieving. They're like, I don't believe this. It's like, nah, we have no nothing more. They avoid it. They're avoidant. Defensive, avoidant. They're like, nah, this is not a problem. It's like, no, Dad, we need to take this seriously. Nah, don't worry about it. They just want us to freak out. And it's like, Dad, no, we should probably take this seriously. I'm getting texts from everybody saying that this is a real problem. No, fake news. Granted, we're not going to say fake news. This is early aughts. It's not. We haven't hit that point yet. So it's this. I like this one a lot. Let's go ahead and put this honestly to first. We should know how they're going to do, what they're going to do when shit hits the fan, like first thing. Do we also want to add what do they do for a living? This will show skill, show opportunity for skills and what they do during the day, in what environments they are used to. So, school janitor, for example, would be slightly different from a teacher, which would be slightly different from shop owner, which would be different from like anchorman, right? Like, what they do for a living helps paint as far as what they're, so like a teacher, what might be a better handle better like kids coming over to their house because their parents got killed by a mimic, you know what I mean? So are they good with children? Are they good with people? That's actually not a bad one. Maybe instead of what do they do for a living, maybe we could do like how do they handle people? And it's like influences how they interact with others. I don't know if that's also built, so it's just like blunt, friendly, good with kids, like that kind of idea. Where it's like maybe that could also influence things. Maybe I'm thinking too hard into it. I might. But I think this, I think this is going to be as done as it's going to be. As far as the defend themselves, we'll consider that later. I think we're essentially done with this. So now we finished character checklist for now. Created character narrative tab, and then we'll work on the current location decision later. So let's see if there's anyone that we can raid here, because we might have, let's see, let us see what we got here. I'm gonna go watch you play like, all right, you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for supporting me on that as well. Actually no one's here, so I don't think we're gonna really raid anybody, and there's only a couple of y'all, I think. So y'all, thank y'all for joining me today. It was wonderful having you as always. I'm really excited how this is unfolding, and it's gonna be a good time. I hope you all have a wonderful week, and I will see y'all Saturday for more Cult of the Lamb. So I hope you have a wonderful day, wonderful evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, have a good one. Bye bye.